guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I've deployed thousands of National Guard troops and hundreds of Marines to protect federal law enforcement from the attacks of a vicious and violent mob.
Military deployment to L.A. will cost the federal government a lot of money.
Multiple reports say deploying thousands of troops to the region for 60 days will cost an estimated $134 million. President Trump has sent National Guard troops and Marines to L.A. during violent protests against federal immigration raids. Federal officials say the costs are largely for travel, housing, and food for each troop. Governor Gavin Newsom has said only 300 National Guard troops are actually deployed, and the rest are sitting in federal buildings without orders. I'm Daniel Martindale.
U.S. and Chinese officials have apparently reached a trade deal in London.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick told reporters after Tuesday's meeting that the two sides had reached a framework to implement a Geneva trade agreement following last week's phone conversation between President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping. The negotiators will now head back to their countries to seek approval from their leaders. Lutnick suggested that under the agreement, restrictions on sales of advanced technology to China could be rolled back if Beijing approves rare earth exports. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk is having second thoughts about some of the things he recently said about President Trump.
On X, Elon Musk wrote, quote, "I regret some of my posts about President Trump last week. They went too far." The divide began when Musk criticized overspending in the Big Beautiful Bill, which is the signature piece of legislation for the Trump administration. Musk claimed he won the election for Donald Trump and later said, without evidence, that President Trump's name was in the files surrounding alleged sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 1 point. The S&P 500 lost 16 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 99 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
California's emergency motion to block President Trump's deployment of the National Guard and Marines to L.A. has been denied.
A federal judge shot down the motion from Governor Gavin Newsom and Attorney General Rob Bonta. A regular court hearing regarding the matter set for Thursday. Newsom had said the deployment is unprecedented and threatens the very core of our democracy. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Georgia U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock is raising questions about FEMA's readiness.
Senator Warnock wrote to DHS Secretary Kristi Noem earlier this week about staffing shortages at FEMA due to budget cuts and concerns over the agency's preparedness for the current hurricane season.
DOGE has hollowed out the agency, and we are woefully and inadequately prepared in terms of staff to respond to these disasters.
He's urging DHS to fully staff FEMA throughout the 2025 hurricane season. Also this week, President Trump announced plans to phase out FEMA when hurricane season ends on November 1st. I'm Liz Kennedy.
The Satanic Temple of Iowa has filed a civil rights complaint against Governor Kim Reynolds and other state officials.
They're alleging religious discrimination. The group says their request to hold a winter event at the state capitol was denied despite their willingness to modify the celebration. The ACLU of Iowa is representing the group. They argue the denial violates First Amendment rights. Governor Reynolds says the decision was made to protect minors. I'm J.D. Snover.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are words all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Alrighty then, just like that, it is a brand new day. Another day, another day. Wow, Thursday coming on, so yeah, we like to call it Friday Eve. As we indeed cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. Welcome. 12th day of June. All right, we'll kick off another edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A quiet night outside the secret bunker. Clear skies. Moon still looking full. But we're about 24 hours after the actual full moon. 67 degrees outside the secret bunker in southwest Ohio. Trust your week's going well as we head toward the weekend. Pretty nice night for the eastern third of the country. Most of it. We do have a little rain in south central and southeastern Georgia tonight. Now maybe a few rumbles of thunder over toward Jackson, Mississippi. Southwestern portions of that state. More scattered showers, but nothing severe tonight for the first night in many nights in parts of Texas. But they've got more rain on the way here as we head Thursday, Friday into the weekend. Now we see our next storm system in the Pacific Northwest, a shower and a few thunderstorms in north central, northeastern Wyoming, central and southern Montana, a little bit of rain up into northern Idaho as well tonight. But how about, did you enjoy your beautiful day there in the Northeast? You haven't seen many of those as of late. Don't want to be the spoiler, but the clock is already ticking on the batch of dry air that turned off the showers and thunderstorms there in most of the Northeast. Forecasters say that moist air capable of producing downpours is not that far away. And yes, it will return before Father's Day weekend in some areas. There's a small area of high pressure that moved in from the Midwest, just strong enough to kind of dry out the atmosphere. Should continue through the day today, Thursday. For much of the Northeast, we could see an exception with a few showers in northern Maine, a narrow zone of showers from the lower peninsula of Michigan to along the northern Pennsylvania, southern New York tier, along the state borders here for Thursday. But the sunshine and the overall good drying conditions, indeed, will help temperatures rise widespread highs in the 80s for the day ahead. Some parts of the mid-Atlantic may reach the lower 90s Thursday afternoon. The real field temperature, the heat index, may be feeling like the mid to upper 90s. Well, once we get beyond Thursday, that drier air does begin to be replaced with clouds and some more rain. By Friday afternoon, the higher humidity levels will lead to an uptick in showers and thunderstorms from southern and western New York through the rest of the mid-Atlantic and central Appalachians. While not all this area will see a downpour, the places that do could get drenched. Some places may be soaked by more than one shower. As a storm rolls slowly out of the south-central states this weekend, that continues to pump moisture northward out of the Gulf and northwest from the Atlantic. Now, that's going to surge. That moisture surge may be significant enough for downpours to repeat, triggering some flash flooding in parts of the Ohio Valley, the southern Appalachians, and parts of the mid-Atlantic by Saturday. Saturday, of course, for those heading to the 250th anniversary parade of the U.S. Army in Washington, D.C., be prepared. You could see a couple of drenching showers or a thunderstorm as the storm continues to advance northeast and moisture further expands into the region Sunday. Most of the Northeast will be at risk for some drenching showers and maybe a few gusty thunderstorms. Of course, we're headed toward Father's Day weekend, right? Father's Day barbecue plans, maybe a fishing trip or a day at the ballpark or the beach. Could be hampered by downpours and potential for thunderstorms. Looks like the best day at the mid-Atlantic beaches over the next several days is probably going to be today before the rain arrives over the weekend. As we look a bit further ahead into next week, there are some signs that a spell of Very warm weather, maybe even a heat wave may evolve. Now, that's going to depend on how strong an area of high pressure that's forecast to build into the region. Time will tell if the high is strong enough to shunt the Father's Day weekend storm to the east and hold off new storms further toward the west. Meanwhile, we mentioned for the first time in many nights, we're not talking severe weather in portions of Texas or the southeast, but plenty more rain is in the offing. Inches of rain going to be coming down in that zone from central and eastern Texas to southeast Oklahoma and western Arkansas. Plenty of downpours in the forecast across the Interstate 10 and 20 corridors of the southern U.S., stretching from as far west as New Mexico all the way to Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas. In some instances, the rain will be associated with a few gusty thunderstorms. Now, this setup is going to unleash tremendous amounts of moisture in the atmosphere. Torrential downpours, a few inches of rain could come down in a few hours' time. That alone is enough to trigger flash flooding in city streets, turn those dry washes into raging torrents. Some of the heaviest rain and perhaps a concentration of flash flooding likely to occur just southeast of the I-35 corridor there in Texas and southern Oklahoma. Some of these downpours are forecast to visit the Houston area, often enough to maybe trigger some localized flash flooding there as well. Where we do see the downpours repeat over several days, rainfall totals could be adding up to the 8 to 12 inch range in some localized areas. Now, to put that in perspective, Dallas, Texas, usually measures 3.7 inches of rain in the entirety for the month of June. All righty, underway. It's 844-844-3388. We'll get over to who we have checking in out of the box. It's Pappy, of course. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, the eve of Friday. All right, full moon out tonight, looking good. I'm glad I'm off. It's 68 here in Harrison, Ohio. After tomorrow, after Thursday, it looks like it's rain in the forecast for the next 8 days in this area. Well, the phrase for tonight, only traitors defend invaders. That's a good one. 844-844-3388. That's the numbers for your fingers to do the walking. Don't be a scarecrow. Maybe the two-time world champion manure hauler will come out of retirement and dial up that number. Meanwhile, snuggle up to whomever or whatever, heat up that cup of joe, kick up them feet, and turn up the volume. There we go, the overnight drive, hammer down. Jerry checking in this morning. Hello to Marianne, saying hello to all the friends out there. Bob checks in from Michigan. Tank says, good morning, 78 degrees here in Fontana tonight. Hopefully, we'll be out of here shortly, headed back east toward the home 20. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Brett, good morning from the Mile High City. Partly cloudy skies, 69 degrees. Today is technically my Friday. Looking forward to a fun weekend with some friends. Hopefully, the world is a bit more sane when Monday rolls around, but somehow I doubt that. And thank you to all the first responders keeping us safe and all the overnight workers keeping this crazy world turning 24/7. Good afternoon. There's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe out there, drivers. Double trucker. A beautiful night in Lodi. 70 degrees. A little bit on the dark side. I was actually off for a mini vacation. The riots were just sickening to watch the last few nights. I'm hoping you're going to tell me that they've ended, but I'm waiting for my meat guy to arrive. I'll tune in later on my way back to the commie state of New York on the home of free speech, Rumble. Hello, Shorty. I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia with 81 degrees tonight. It's Orlando turnaround number 2. Sent you a video you might want to check out. Yes, indeed, I did check that out. Someone that's in the know, actually in Israel, that believes Israel is about to attack Iran within a matter of days. Our U.S. bases are on high alert. Several embassies in the Middle East are pulling our people out. This week, Israel kind of did a dry run by attacking the Houthis by air and sea from over 1,000 miles away. It's just all these things kind of coming together. He feels like, get ready. We've got all the latest in regards to that. Yes, tensions are very high. Things appear to be happening at a rapid pace. I can't help but wonder if all of our nonstop coverage of riots in L.A. spreading elsewhere around the country may soon be overshadowed by events taking place in the Middle East. We will cover all that as we make our way through the overnight hours here. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion, bull hauler, 76 degrees in Boonville, Missouri, as we have the powerful chrome-plated cow truck resting for a few hours after some very stout miles. After a short breather, we're loading up to head north. How about a special one-night-only show-me shout-out to the radio icon, Mr. Steve Summers from Boonville Livestock Exchange. Tip of the hat, thank you very much. 2-time world champion bull hauler. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday Eve, or Thirsty Thursday. Hey, we're 2 days till Flag Day. 22 days until Independence Day. Counting down to Christmas, right? 198. Got the usual run tonight. It's a beautiful moonlit night for trailer trucking. A little breezy, becoming a little more humid as well. We're a warm 71 degrees on Interstate 71 in Kentucky. Everybody be safe out there.
Injectors fail. Your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Alrighty, hello to Uncle Chops in the house. Good morning to the overnight drive. There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 68 degrees, partly cloudy. He's giving a go, Trump, go. Rolling down the line, Captain Ron is in the house. I wonder if he'll feel well enough for our Friday edition to finally give us a 1 day closer to the greatest day of the week. We haven't spoke to Captain Ron since he headed out for the cruise. Anxious for the full report. Yes, James chiming in as well as others. Like Shorty was saying, looks like Israel getting ready to strike Iran. John says everything moving smoothly at the confluence of the 99, 70, 50, and 80. It's a busy intersection, huh? Buckeye Boy checking in from Donia Beach, Florida. 83 degrees at this hour. We did hit some showers on the way here, but not too bad. Delayed by some of the off and on traffic in areas. Otherwise, not a bad trip. Hegseth has approved the evacuation of non-military personnel in the Middle East. Primarily at the base in Bahrain, but there are others included, yes. May get some showers here tonight. Shouldn't be much unless they build up a bit more, but looks like it's moving up from the southeast. Everybody have a great night, and be careful out there. CNI Dog is in the house. Morning, Dog. How the heck are you?
I'm good. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, I heard your show about talking about cameras in the trucks.
Yes, sir.
And I heard a blurb on one of your news reports saying that they did a study on cameras, and I'll have to agree that just a little bit, it gives you a fight or flight feeling when a camera's constantly staring at you.
Mm-hmm.
Some people just get over it, and some people never get over it. Sometimes I like to call it Judge Dredd because you do something wrong, and then eventually you're called in the office and coached on your behavior. And
right.
What should you do next and everything. I know a lot about the cameras because I've dealt with them for a long time. On the average, at the minimum, they want you about a 3 seconds difference between the vehicle in front of you and your truck. If a car's doing 55 and you're on his bumper, that's all you can do is 55. So it's no point on tailgating anybody at any time.
Mm-hmm.
So I totally get the 3 second space, 3.5 seconds. But what that does is create a space in front of you that other people want to occupy. And that's where I'm not happy with. They'll, try to cut around you or they'll cut between two trucks. And that's what makes me nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I learned that these cameras, they take a 4 second time to correct your behavior. So if you have to pass close to somebody and get into the third lane over, you got 4 seconds to correct your behavior, including following distance. You get about 4 seconds to correct your behavior. You know that song out there? I'm coming into a construction zone. I'm not driving off the road. The song by Olivia Newton-John, Have You Ever Been Mellow?
Right. Yes, sir.
Yeah. If you listen to that, it's kind of cool. Maybe you pull up the words to that song. It says, have you ever been mellow? Have you ever tried to find a comfort from inside? Your head up in the clouds. So imagine looking at your cell phone, your heads are up in the clouds, or, have you ever tried to, take a, sleep instead of driving down the road, sleeping and stuff like that. So, I kind of like that. That would make a great music video on telling people just to mellow out just a little bit on the road.
Take a chill pill, relax, right? Life's too short.
Yeah, exactly. So you got plans for the weekend?
Nothing in particular that I'm aware of.
And is your pool ready to be used, or are you still balance things out.
It's ready for action, but like Pappy mentioned, once we get through the day today, it's like we got 85% chance of rain Friday, Saturday, 65 Sunday. I mean, literally the next week, it's like rain is in the forecast every daggone day.
Yeah. Today in Chicago, outside the house, we hit 90 degrees.
Wow.
Yeah. And I got a buddy in Arizona. I think they hit like 106. You know. You ever heard of a swamp cooler?
A swamp cooler?
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of like what, putting ice in a chest and a fan blowing on it kind of thing, right?
No, actually, it's like a fan that has a paper media.
Yeah.
It's called a media, and you pour water into the system, and it trickles down through the media, and it puts a little moisture in the air, and it actually drops the temperature. So if you can't afford air conditioning, go and buy yourself a swamp cooler and then put some water in there, and you'd be quite amazed on how much cooler it gets in the room, and it doesn't cost you as much as running AC.
Maybe something worth a try. All right, thank you very much. C&I Dog, good to hear from you as we kick off a brand new day. All right, we're rolling to news break here. As we said, lots to cover as we get a new day underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, back after this, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. It's another day of demonstrations in New York and L.A. as anti-ICE protests stretch on.
Dozens were arrested in Lower Manhattan as video from the demonstration showed clashes with police. New Yorkers weighing in on what they've been seeing.
It didn't seem as bad as they made it look at first on the TV.
There's a fine line between protesting and rioting.
Several New York City officials have urged protesters to remain peaceful. Meantime, many Democratic officials across the country have condemned the president for sending National Guard members to L.A. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Nearly 3/4 of voters say international students benefit the U.S.
According to a study conducted by Quinnipiac University, 74% of respondents think foreign students enrolled in U.S. colleges and universities are a good thing for the country. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let me give you some of the latest headlines, latest developments. As I mentioned, we may see headlines maybe shifting to the Middle East in the coming days. Start with the U.S. evacuating several embassies in the Middle East, reducing the number of people that are deemed non-essential to operations, according to the State Department. Also authorizing non-essential personnel and family members to leave Bahrain and Kuwait, which will give them a choice on whether to leave those countries. The State Department said they made the orders after evaluating recent tensions, which are on the rise, as the high-stakes nuclear negotiations between the U.S. and Iran appear to have hit an impasse. Now, we know for months the Trump administration's been pushing and pleading with Israel to show restraint. They've been wanting to hit nuclear facilities in Iran for some time. Now, Trump reiterated, speaking this past day, the administration will not allow Iran to develop nuclear weapons. Iran's been pressing for a way to continue their nuclear enrichment program. But Trump says, quote, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We're not going to allow that. You couple that, the next story, regional tensions surging on Wednesday. Signs the negotiations with Iran may be nearing their conclusion. Fears of potential military confrontation prompting a wave of security alerts and diplomatic movements. The UK Maritime Trade Operations, which is a British maritime security agency, issuing an unusual advisory warning commercial vessels in the Persian Gulf, the Gulf of Oman, and the Strait of Hormuz to exercise heightened caution due to what it called increased tensions that could escalate military activity and directly impact maritime security. Now, the advisory did not specify the immediate cause of the warning, but This amid the backdrop of escalating threats from Israel and the U.S. about possible strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. Later in the day, Reuters reported the United States is again preparing, as we just mentioned, to evacuate some embassy personnel from Iraq. The State Department confirmed they had authorized the departure as well from embassies in Bahrain and Kuwait. Shortly after, both Reuters and the Associated Press reporting, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth had approved the temporary evacuation of military personnel family members stationed in parts of the region. President Trump was aware of the move of U.S. personnel in the Middle East, according to a White House official. Trump followed with a post on Truth Social declaring, quote, "I am more confident than ever that in the days ahead and every generation to come, the U.S. Army will heap glory upon glory. You will summon inexhaustible courage. You will protect every inch of U.S. soil, and you will defend America to the ends of the earth." Is that kind of cryptic? So you see, you put it all together, things are kind of reaching a boiling point. I don't know. Is it a game of cat and mouse? You move personnel to show Iran. We're not kidding here. This is serious stuff. Oil prices edging higher in early trading Thursday to the highest in more than 2 months after that announcement of personnel moving out of the Middle East, raising fear that escalating tensions with Iran could disrupt supply. Now, it wasn't dramatic jumps. Brent futures up 0.2% at $69.92 per barrel. West Texas Intermediate at $68.37 per barrel. Both Brent and West Texas surged more than 4% to their highest since early April on Wednesday. All right, they kind of go into some of the same details. Iraq is OPEC's number 2 crude producer after Saudi Arabia. And, of course, a U.S. military official said military dependence could also be leaving Bahrain. It is 844-844-3388. All right, looks like Grump was able to get through this morning. Not sure what the deal was last night. Hang in there, get you coming up. Let me get to Knucklebuster. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning. Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, Tennessee started her steroid therapy today. They said that she doesn't respond to the steroid therapy in 48 hours, that she might as well just hang it up, go on to hospice there, right?
Wow.
So, yeah, that's what Tony told us too. So, I got faith that the answer was correct. Now, I prayed today that God would keep me calm and I don't start yelling and just punching people, wind up in jail myself. So, I know Tennessee wouldn't want that. So, anyway, we're going to see what happens. God's got his hand on everything. If you believe the Bible's the true gospel of Jesus Christ, from Genesis 1:1 all the way to the last dot in period in Revelation, you know what's coming up. So just get ready for it, and all I can tell you, it's all the truth. I firmly believe it. I say this to people: if you can't believe in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, you might as well throw the book away, because you ain't going to believe none of the rest of it either. So,
yes, sir.
All right. Well, it's all going to come to a boiling point. That's all I know there. She's hanging tough. She opened her eyes and recognized me today. She wakes up several times during the day, recognized me, smiled at me, pulled me close to her. She recognized some other people that came to visit her. So we got till 1 o'clock Friday afternoon to see how well she responds to this medication. They're going to do a spinal tap in the morning, and from what I understood, put some chemo up in her spine there. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not a doctor. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I know they're human beings just like everybody else. And on the bottom down there on their diploma says a degree in the practice of medicine. They're just practicing. That's all they doing.
Yeah.
So, well, anyway, I'm back out here on the road. Somebody got to pay the bills and somebody got to keep that insurance going. So that's what I'm doing. I'm going to Dallas and back again tonight. And I'll give a simplified shout out to Trucking Field and Kevin Ron and Steve Summers and Brother Rambler again and Lauren Wheat. Yeah, we'll even give him a shout out. How about old Monkey Gouger too? That'd be a good guy to give a shout out to, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because we hadn't heard from him in quite a while now. I'm thinking he must have. I think he may be officially retired.
Yeah, he made that wall of shame down there at Louisville, didn't he?
Yes, he did. The wall of shame. Yep.
I'm on a kidding, Monkey Gouger. That's wall of fame for you, brother. Keep on trucking safe. Well, I'm going to keep listening in. I'll call in a little later on. I ain't got no baloney tonight. I ain't got no baloney. It may be a while before I have any baloney. So,
yeah. Well, I can't tell you I know how you feel because I do not, and I don't ever want to know how you feel.
But you better believe it, brother.
Yeah.
I didn't want to know how this felt either. So, my prayers go out to all of y'all. Tell your family you love them. You never know when it'll be the last time. So, keep your power of attorneys up. Get your insurance paid. Keep all your legal stuff in. One of my daughters texted me. She wanted my Social Security tonight. I've got the Aflac cancer, all that stuff. Had it on both of us for years. So she's filing claims on all that there. But here's my thing, Steve. Should I be responsible for all the stuff they done prior to this, since they were trying to treat it for a stroke when it wasn't even a stroke? I don't know. We'll see what my lawyer says, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
All right. Have a good morning, Mr. Steve Summers. God bless all of you.
Thank you for the update. Wow. Yeah. I cannot identify. All right. Somebody said, matter of fact, I guess today is the Carolina Monkey Gouger's birthday. This was the day he was supposed to be hanging up the keys officially, apparently. Happy birthday to the Monkey Gouger. All right, let me get a quick time out here. We'll shift gears back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
I got an email from Big John, I believe it is. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, I see the big shout out, prayers for Knucklebuster and his family. That's a rough way to go. So my thoughts and prayers with him and his family. All right, God is in control. Everybody have a great evening and be safe out there. Thank you so much, Big John. All right, so whatever was going on 24 hours ago, it ain't happening tonight. Morning, Grump.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I tried a couple other. I think it was the area that I was at. It just all the lines and stuff were just jammed up. I tried calling my work also, and it said the same thing. All circuits are busy, so I don't know what was going on. I know they had some bad storms roll through, so there's no telling. But Knucklebuster, hang in there, brother. I mean, it's I've been through that. My wife's still going through stuff. Her health is not good, and it's just nothing but good thoughts to you, brother. And just sometimes all you can do is step back and take a deep breath and gather your thoughts, and that's about all you can do. And just trying to put your trust in some people there. Then maybe the medical people can get this straightened out and see how things go from there. But thoughts and prayers, brother. Just hang in there. But this is some touchy stuff that's going on. When you start moving people out of Bahrain and stuff, and we've quietly moved over 40,000 troops into the region there. I know where I live at, right down the road is my old base, and they've moved some assets out of there, some B-2s that are over in Diego Garcia and other places, and man, I'll tell you, this isn't a good time, Steve. It's it's I forget who it was. It said they don't know what the Third World War would be fought with, but the Fourth World War would be fought with sticks and stones. And this is kind of one of these things where it can just escalate really, really fast. So I hope to hell, if anything happens, we got enough people in the areas there to take care of our folks, and I hope people like countries like Jordan and Saudi Arabia and stuff, they get on board with this if it comes to that. The Jordanians have one of the best intelligence systems in the world. I mean, they have operatives all over the place, and they're a lot like the Mossad, the way they operate. And I've been in and out of Israel a couple of times there, but the Jordanians are just they're just a different different category, you could say. They're a lot of the intel that comes about in Israel comes through Jordan, especially around Syria. Some of them, remember those hitting the nuclear or the chemical plants in Syria. A lot of that intel came from Jordanians, and they're just they're pretty sharp on things, so they know some stuff. They've probably already been mapping out every damn thing in Iran, and I can't believe that the Iranians would be, the mullahs and the Ayatollah would be this stupid that they wouldn't look back on history and see how fast Iraq got their asses handed to them. And we've already sent them at one time several years ago. They sent them a scenario that had everything mapped out on it. And it's been a good while back. It was back, during George Bush when they were kind of showing their butt back in them days. And they figured 47 minutes it would take to completely annihilate their infrastructure. And that was just with the Navy assets in the area, the Tomahawks and some of the heavy bombers that we had that we could get there pretty quick. 47 minutes would put them on their ass for pretty much ever. And this wouldn't be one of them scenarios where if we bombed them, if we had to get involved in this, where we would go back in 2 weeks later and start rebuilding their infrastructure for them and their highways and every damn thing else. It wouldn't work like that. This would be a hit and run and let them stay where they're at, and hope that the people of Iran, and I got some Iranian friends that, they're salt of the earth. They cannot stand that much over there. That's why they're not there. But it's just a scary time because you don't know what the hell Russia's going to do. You don't know how China's going to react. If China reacts in a bad way, then North Korea is probably going to want to get involved in it. Then you got Japan there. They're itching for a fight with North Korea anyway over them shooting missiles and everything else over them. And Japan can hold their own. And they got Australia and they're a smaller army or a smaller navy and everything too, but they're a viable force. And there's just a lot of things in this world that's blowing up. It's just literally going to hell in a handbasket. But Steve, one of the things that bothers me the most about all this is you look at the riots and everything here. This is the ideal time because we have so many assets, so many police officers, first responders, some of our military is dedicated to those riots and things like that. Now this is the time where these you don't know what the hell come in here during Joe Biden. I mean, how many Iranian operatives came in here, or how many terrorists come in here under him? I mean, they've got a good idea that there was probably 1,000, but or more. And here's a fantastic time where they could they can move things around in the United States and pretty much go unnoticed. I mean, it's going to take a lot, man. And these rioters is going to keep it up, and they're going to piss off the average citizen. And it's getting to that point, where they're blocking traffic. I'd run over their ass. That's fact. I'd be damned if I would sit there and beg one of them to get out of the way. He'd either get out of the way or he'd go with me. One of the two. It's ridiculous. I know DeSantis and them, they're congressional members, state reps and everything. They passed that law down there where if they're blocking traffic, you run over their ass. That's their problem. That's why they don't block traffic. So many of these blue states, so they look at it like it's their God-given right to get out there and burn something, and loot and carry on like that. You remember during Rodney King, or whenever he got his ass whipped and all this was going on out there, and one place that they didn't mess with too much was the Korean side of L.A. I mean, the Koreans, the Korean store owners and everything, they were armed to the bear, buddy. They were armed to the teeth and ready for fighting. So they guarded their own stores and nobody looted them. And that's probably what it's gonna what's gonna come down to if it, the way things is going. But yeah, it's I was just looking at all that and looking at all the assets we're moving into areas over in different locations overseas and stuff. And we had an ideal base there in Afghanistan, and that would have been an ideal spot to basically run our assets out of and everything, to have a staging area for a lot of stuff. But guess who gave that away? That old idiot that can't find his ass with both hands. It's troubling times, man. It really does make you think about what's going on in this world. What's behind all of this. And somebody's telling Iran, I don't know who it is, but they're such an isolated country anyway. Somebody's telling them, and my guess is probably Putin is telling them that they stand a chance against Israel. They don't stand a chance against Israel. Nobody in that region stands a chance against Israel. Israel has been holding on to that piece of ground there since 1947. Look how many wars they've fought. They thought in Yom Kippur in 1973 that they were, the Arab nations were just going to waltz in there. I mean, they brought everybody in from Morocco, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, everybody. They had over 900 tanks that poured across the border. And went up against 112, get that, Israeli tanks. And guess who wiped their ass?
Mm-hmm.
You know, these people know how to fight. And you remember they hit the Iraq reactor back in 1983.
Right.
The Iraqi plane, the Israeli planes went out. There was a squadron of Israeli fighters that took off, and they went out and they flew out all the way out to Cyprus. They made up a call sign. Now this, you know, the brilliance that's behind these people. They made up a flight plan, a call sign, and everything else for a commercial flight. And when they took off out of Cyprus, they actually got in formation to look like a 747.
A commercial jet. And that's, I'm kind of, when I ponder how they could possibly hit these facilities in Iran today. Yeah. How are we going to do that? How are they going to accomplish that? We'll pause there. We get a news update, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Protests against immigration and customs enforcement are spreading across the U.S., with thousands demonstrating yesterday in New York, Chicago, Denver, Milwaukee, and Washington.
In Long Beach, California, John Nestor explains why he came out.
Try to show solidarity in peaceful protests, as it is our right to do. Add to the numbers and hope they get larger.
In Los Angeles, a curfew instituted after Mayor Karen Bass said there had been a significant amount of criminal behavior in Tuesday's anti-ICE protest. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Harvey Weinstein is being found guilty on some counts in his sex crimes retrial.
The former Hollywood producer was found guilty of engaging in a criminal sex act with one woman while being acquitted on another count involving a different woman. A verdict was not reached on whether Weinstein raped a third woman. The judge ordered the jury to continue to deliberate that charge when they reconvened for a 6th day of deliberations. Weinstein was found guilty in 2020, but the verdict was thrown out because the judge did not handle the witness testimony properly. Jonathan O'Halloran, New York.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s decision to remove all current members of the CDC Vaccine Advisory Committee is raising concerns among public health experts.
Dr. Ashish Jha, Dean of Brown University School of Public Health, says there could be serious consequences if the new appointees don't support vaccines.
This committee stops recommending vaccines. Insurance won't cover it anymore. People will not get it. It will have a
real impact on people's access to vaccines.
The committee members advised the CDC on the vaccine schedule and required coverage of immunizations. Louisiana Republican Senator and Dr. Bill Cassidy said back in February that RFK Jr. and the Trump administration promised him that Kennedy would maintain the CDC Vaccine Advisory Committee's recommendations without changes. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
A federal judge is ruling detained Columbia University student Muhammad Khalil cannot be deported or detained by the Trump administration.
Khalil was detained in March by immigration agents and is being held at a facility in rural Louisiana. The Trump administration claims Khalil is an anti-Semitic pro-Hamas terrorist who should be deported after his actions on the campus of Columbia University last year. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio citing an obscure provision of the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952 to justify Khalil's removal from the country. The order will not go into effect until Friday, giving time for an appeal. Jonathan O'Halloran, New York.
The 2025 Bonnaroo Festival in Manchester, Tennessee will kick off tomorrow with heavy hearts following the death of co-founder Jonathan Mayers.
A post by festival organizers on the Bonnaroo Instagram account confirmed his death. Bonnaroo is one of many music festivals Mayers co-founded. His death was reported on Tuesday, but the cause was not released. In the post, organizers said they plan to honor Mayers by planting a tree and doing the 2 things they know best at this weekend's festival, spreading love and radiating positivity. Mayers was 51. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Nearly 30 states are suing 23andMe.
The DNA genealogy company filed for bankruptcy. The lawsuit seeks to stop the company from auctioning off the private genetic data of around 15 million customers. The lawsuit argues DNA data, health-related traits, and medical records are too sensitive to be sold without each person's consent. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish. With unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, we'll kick off another hour here. There we go. Welcome back. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. As we make our way into a Thursday, rolling toward the weekend, it says the curfew is once again in place. Kicked in at 8 o'clock this past evening, again in California. Well, in a segment, I should say, of Los Angeles. It's not a very large area, but there were dozens of arrests Tuesday night into Wednesday morning for people defying the curfew. We'll see how things go tonight. In the state of Texas, meanwhile, Governor Greg Abbott, he's not messing around. He's already ordered National Guard troops to San Antone in anticipation of protests that are slated to occur. Prompt a protest that's sprung up in L.A., as we've been witnessing this week. San Antonio's police assistant chief confirming to KSAT that Abbott has sent Texas National Guard members to San Antone, where South Texas organizations are expected to hold rallies on Saturday. Now, the state of Texas stands ready to deploy all necessary personnel and resources to uphold law and order across our state. Texas National Guard are on standby in areas where mass demonstrations are planned just in case they are needed. Peaceful protests are part of the fabric of our nation, but Texas will not tolerate the lawlessness that we've witnessed in Los Angeles. Anyone engaging in acts of violence or damaging property will be swiftly held accountable to the full extent of the law, he says. Unlike in Los Angeles, local authorities are actually working with state and federal officials to control potential violence. San Antonio's mayor, SAPD, San Antonio's police chief, and the city manager will share the city's plan to support peaceful demonstrations while ensuring public safety. Now, the Bexar County Sheriff issued a statement warning peaceful protesters that there's potentially agitators that try to blend in. If you're planning to attend one of the many pre-planned events to make your voice heard, please be respectful of the rights and the property of others. Organizers and participants should understand that agitators, individuals seeking to create chaos, may blend in among the peaceful protesters. This is unfortunate, as it not only dilutes the intended message, but it may seem to prove the point of those with opposing views. Even the best of intentions can result in unintended consequences. Please protest responsibly. So, yeah, those are plans for Saturday all around the country, supposedly, hundreds of cities. All right, Grump, what else we got?
Well, I was talking about the Israelis, when they hit that reactor and stuff, then they, that was the closest that I think we ever came to really getting into an all-out war in the Middle East. I mean, as far as we were involved, because we, of course, are allies, but it was handled quite well. I mean, I think Netanyahu was the defense minister at that time when that happened, and they had got a hold of our Saudi Arabia and said, look, they're going to drop their tip tanks after they hit, and they're coming back across your territory. And first Saudi Arabia said, no, they can't enter our airspace. And I read it in Netanyahu's book also, and he said, we'll either go over you or through you. You make up our minds. And 10 minutes later, they called back and said, yeah, they're welcome to come across the airspace, because they knew they were serious.
Mm-hmm.
But, these damn protests and everything that's going on. And I made a comment last night. I was worried about the Marines coming in, number one, on, over the Posse Comitatus Act and so many other things that's wrapped around that. And it just seems like to me that every time something like that happens, there's always some scapegoat, and I didn't want to see him, some Marine kid get
right.
something thrown on. I said, I wish there was other ways that could handle it. I think you had Dan on, and he said, well, I don't know how else you could have handled it. Well, this has been festering for many years, Steve, and you know it as well as I do. They've had ample opportunity over the years to pass E-Verify. Both parties have sat on their stupid ass and hadn't done a damn thing about it. Forbidding any kind of illegals from working anywhere in the United States. They also had a bill at one time of stripping businesses of their business license and freezing their assets if they hire illegals. That didn't happen. They've had then states come in and got involved in it and started saying, well, hell, let's give them a driver's license. Let's make them legal that way so they can get a car and insurance and stuff like that. Anytime that you're doing stupid stuff like that, you're giving more opportunity to these people to come over here. And number one, they're not paying any federal taxes whatsoever. They may if they steal a Social Security card or get a Social Security number or something like that. But hell, in the same sense, if they owe money, guess who they're coming after? They're coming after the person that has that active Social Security number, not the damn illegal, because they don't know it. Or if they do, they're going to hide it real well. But they've had ample opportunity to put laws in place to do this. But it's another can that they keep kicking down the road for one reason, because it's something to talk about for politics. Both of them. Same way with the medical. Same way with every damn thing else. They'll talk about high medical prices and not do a damn thing about it. They don't do anything about it because the medical industry is so subsidized by the government that they don't want to lose that. All right, so they're gonna the businesses and things that hell, like illegals will go in, use the emergency room as a doctor's office, and walk off, not pay a freaking dime for it. If me or you goes in the emergency room for whatever, we're gonna have to pick up our tab and theirs. That's somebody's gonna pay for all that crap. Mm-hmm. So our government has had ample opportunity, time and time and time again, to fix these problems, and they sit on their hands because they don't. First of all, they don't have the stomach for it. Because if they did, if they fixed every little problem in the country, stuff like that, medical, so many other things that we need fixed. You get rid of these high taxes that we have, and paying taxes on every damn thing we every time we turn around. Then what would we need them for sitting in Washington making anywhere from $173,000 to $206,000 a year? It would be a sign that they're getting stuff done. But no, we've got these career politicians that are in there for decades that don't do a damn thing. They'll sign their name to some of the stupidest legislation that you've ever seen. But when it comes to the rubber meeting the road and actually doing something to get rid of illegal immigration in this country, they don't do it. And then you got these little loudmouths like AOC. If there's a dumber human being out here, I don't know who the hell it would be. Like I said before, she may not be the dumbest damn politician, but she better hope the dumbest one don't die, because she's next up. She's in the bat cage, and that's just the way it is. They keep kicking these cans down the road because they love this chaos. They love the people standing there going, well, hell, we need our government. We need this side. We need that side, because they know that these two sides are oil and water. They're not going to ever mix. They're not ever going to, at one time they used to sit down and have agreements about certain things. Now they don't. Look at Jeffries. Every day that moron is talking is on the news with some damn lie, and saying, they're raiding daycare centers and things like that. Bull. That's a load of crap, which I don't feel sorry for any of them. Number one, anybody that walks across our border has no respect for us. They have no respect for our sovereignty. So if they get their asses caught in a daycare center or an ice cream stand or a meat packing plant, I don't care. Get their asses out of here and let them go back to wherever they come from. When they start taking our laws serious and want to come over here and do it the right way, then they can apply. But it's just this waltz across the border, hat in hand, saying, I'm here, take care of me. I want a driver's license. I want a medical card. Get me an EBT card because I got to eat. How about a place to stay? And meanwhile, our old people here in this country, everybody's wondering why in the hell our drugs and stuff are so high, because the people that can pay have to pay, and the people that won't pay won't. It's just that damn simple. But I don't know, man. I tell you, I'm just sick of all this crap, and like I said, it's worth going to jail over if a bunch of idiots are blocking the damn road. I ain't gonna stop, man. I'm just I'll slow down, I'll hit the horn a couple times, and the third time they better be getting out of the damn way because Grump's going through. That's just the way it is. It's just and they said, well, they come at you with a bat, or something. They had pieces of metal. Yeah. They're slinging damn rocks and stuff at me. I'm going to sling lead back. I mean, it's just, there's a point in time where you have enough of this crap and you just got to say, that's it. People just are, and I think Americans are getting fed up with all these damn illegals. That's why they elected Trump. Mm-hmm. That's why his numbers are so damn high on deportations. And he is getting more support like that than the CNN and the MSNBCs and everybody else. Of course, they're not going to give him credit for anything. They're going to say, it's all chaotic, that he's just, treating he's xenophobe. He's treating all these Hispanics and everybody bad. There's a hell of a lot more than just Hispanics in that group that they're getting rid of. Africans, everybody, they're getting rid of them and trying to send as many back home as they possibly can. And that's a good thing. Hell, let's spend the money on airfare and stuff like that. That way we ain't got to feed them, clothe them, have them kill people on the damn streets here in their cars that they shouldn't be driving, and then get their ass on the Greyhound and go back to Mexico or wherever they got dodging the law. It's just it's just a time right now just to say the hell with it. Let's do it right. And everything that's happening over in the Middle East, it's if Iran wants to buck for a fight, they've lost it. I hope they're smart enough to realize that, and they're fixing to get a front row seat to an ass whooping. So, it just I don't know. It's just the more you think about it, you're like, damn. Every day you turn that news on and there's something new, and it's not Trump. It's not Trump. It's the craziness that's in this world, man. It's the craziness that people wants to get rid of. Why do they need a damn nuclear? Why do they need that? Hell, everything else is in the Stone Age. What, they're candles? They running out of candles? Is that what it is? I don't know, man. They hate the infidel. They hate us.
Right.
It's like, well, I would never be their neighbor. I don't give a rat's ass what them people do as long as they stay over there in their neck of the woods. I don't care. Leave me alone. But they don't need a nuclear weapon.
Yeah. Well, anyway, how many times has Pappy said every morning when they get out of bed, it's death to Israel, death to the United States. How many times have they, the leadership there said, once they get the capabilities, their plan is to annihilate, eliminate the country of Israel. Into the sea, right? 844-844-3388.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, much like L.A., looks like we can add Spokane to the list. News in the last couple of hours, two major immigration protests erupted in Spokane on Wednesday, sparking a massive police response, officers deploying tear gas, the mayor issuing a 9:30 p.m. curfew for perhaps 1,000 protesters who flooded Riverfront Park and surrounding downtown streets. It is the first such measure since the Black Lives Matter protest in 2020. Everyone must abide by this curfew. Limited exceptions apply, including law enforcement, emergency personnel, media, people leaving the soccer game at the podium, residents living in the area, and people going to and from work, according to the directive. Curfew was planned between Boone Avenue to the north and Spokane Falls Boulevard to the south, Howard Street to the west to Division Street. It includes all of Riverfront Park, they say. The fracas is this obviously the most extreme local showing of resistance, among others in Los Angeles, to the immigration crackdowns that are taking place around the country. Here, 844-844-3388, Spokane. Someone had posted via social media, Spokane's burning tonight. I haven't seen any video or photos at this point of exactly what's going on. Guess you'd call that a developing story. Well, good morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? We'll talk about these protests for a short bit, and then we're going to get to Iran. Steve, it's estimated 20 million people, illegal, have crossed the border in the last, 5-6 years.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, just think of this. Well, every one of these illegal border crossers, if they decided to take to the streets, 20 million from all around this planet. That'd be a lot to handle. Steve, I saw a video today where a protester, mommy, was there with her kid. Steve, listen, once shish kebab hits the fan and riots break out, anybody thinking they're going to go down and do a little protesting the following morning, they're part of the problem. It's not a protest anymore, Steve. Once it turns violent, it's now a riot. There is no more protesting. Am I making sense?
Mm-hmm.
You're there to start a problem. You know there was a riot the night before, and you want to go down and start trying to protest. You know what's going to happen.
it's going to get violent again, and you're contributing to it. And like I think it was Eagle said the other night, man, these aren't the protests that I think our founding fathers were talking about protesting. Steve, back in 1893, Texas Rangers had a guy in their jail. Mob came down the street. They were going to pull him out of that jail and hang this man without trial. There were 2 Texas Rangers, Steve, that held back 50 to 75 mobsters that were getting ready to come and try to get this guy. 2 Texas Rangers without a shot being fired because the Texas Rangers stepped out in front of the jail and said the first one that tries to do something is going to get shot. And they all turned around and left because they knew that Texas Ranger was not playing a game. He was not bluffing. He would have shot the first person that tried to step foot in that jail. All right, let's get to Iran. Trump gave a press conference a couple weeks ago, Steve. After the press conference, there was a reporter that asked him, hey, is it true you got a phone call from Netanyahu and you told him to stand down? They were talking about bombing Iran a couple weeks ago.
Correct.
Israel was.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump told him, nah, don't do it.
Asking them for patience. Yeah, hold the thought there, Pat, because we're almost a news break. And just, I guess here a few hours ago, when Trump was approached by a reporter, something fishy going on in the Middle East, she said, the question was, why are U.S. dependents of military personnel being evacuated from the Middle East? Trump's response was, quote, you'll have to see. All right, we'll pick up there after the news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Elon Musk says some of the posts he made last week about Donald Trump went too far.
The SpaceX billionaire got in a war of words with the president on social media last week, which started with his opposition to Trump's massive spending bill and culminated with him claiming that Trump was mentioned in the Epstein files. Now the billionaire is saying he regrets some of the posts he made about Trump. I'm Lisa Carton.
Roughly 2/3 of Americans are in support of policies that prioritize birth sex over gender identity.
According to the latest Gallup poll, more than half of respondents agreed with preventing transgender people from participating on sports teams that don't match their birth sex or changing their sex designation on government documents such as passports and driver's licenses. Polling also found support for each such prevention policy varied by political affiliation. Findings reflect a shifting public opinion on 2 of President Trump's policy priorities relating to transgender Americans. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, picking up where we left off there, chatting with Pappy, the whole Iran scenario. All right, welcome back, Pappy.
Yeah, in that press conference, Trump flat out admitted, I told him to stand down. And Steve, what did I say about a week or two ago? If somebody wants to fight you, if somebody wants to cause you harm, if somebody is determined to cause you harm, if it's in their philosophy to cause you harm, if it's in their religion to cause you harm,
right?
There's really no talking to them. Now, Trump said, I watched that whole interview, Steve, that whole press conference, rather. Trump made it clear that they're still in negotiations. Now, I'm wondering if these negotiations broke down. Steve, I'm telling you, Trump knows he was wanting to be the peacemaker.
Yep.
But you can't blame him. I think he was giving him one shot. He made it clear they either accept this deal. He didn't come right out and said he's going to bomb them, but I mean, Steve, the language was as such that he flat out said they're going to lose their capability of producing any nuclear material, whether it's for civilian use, power plants, or whatever. He made that perfectly clear. They either accept or they lose everything. So, if the talks are over and they didn't accept, Steve, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Now, if they're still in negotiating and the talks haven't totally down, as you mentioned, this could be a ploy to kind of like, listen, man, we're getting ready to stomp your ass, like Grump said. I think it's broke down, Steve. I don't think there's no more negotiation. I think some of the comments that came out of Iran. So I look for it to happen. And Steve, I said this before several months ago. Listen, Israel cannot do this without the United States. They do not have the long-range bomber capability to do what needs to be done over there. And trust me, Steve, if we hit them, we're going to hit them hard. And Trump is 100% accurate and correct. And we're going to hit them hard, and we're going to say, see ya, have a nice day. There's going to be no U.S. over there helping them build things back up until that regime is gone. The people take it over, form a new government, then that might happen. But until then, no, there's going to be no U.S. aid going that way to rebuild like they want to in Ukraine. So we shall see, Steve. Man, I'll tell you what. Trump said it all, man. We're living through some time, Steve. I mean, in a way, it's kind of cool to be living through this. Because this is going to be talked about for generations to come, and we're living in it. And I'm a firm believer, Steve. The globalists are back on their heels, and this might be their kind of last hurrah to stick a knife in Trump. Try to do away with this mega movement. I don't know. Buckle up, man. That's all I can say. Because the roller coaster is heading up, and we're about to go over the hill. All right, brother. That's all I got. All I can say is, Steve, I've been preparing for 10 years, hopefully. None of that has to get used. None of the stuff I acquired over the last 10 years with food and water. I got 5-gallon drums, empty, 2 fill. And I told you if a nuclear bomb got dropped over there in Ukraine or Russia or something, them 2 55-gallon drums are getting filled. Yep. 2 other ones. I'm going to get the generator out tomorrow, fire it up. I'm going to go to Kroger's, refill all them gas cans and put some Sta-Bil in there. A couple of them are empty. My suggestion is keep your gas tanks full at all times. You get down to a close of a half a tank, fill it up. Don't be driving around on empty. Because Steve, Grump, that was a hell of a call to Grump, man. He touched on all the points. Who all came across this border? How many Iranians, Steve?
How many sleepers?
Are here
How many
ready?
sleepers? Yep.
Yes, sir. Now pay attention. I'm going to get off here, but to pay attention to Saturday. This whole 200-year anniversary, Army anniversary parade deal on Trump's birthday, Steve, they've been talking for weeks before anything happened in L.A., right? I think they timed it all out right. They could have waited, because, Steve, this was all planned to hit these ICE agents and cause this. It was a plan. Ain't no mistake about it. So that they plan it several days before Saturday. So, man, the fire's already stoked, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm telling you, for several weeks, they've been talking about Saturday, and I'm protesting around the whole country. So we'll see. I hope I get some intel tomorrow when I come in. See what happens. I'm sure if there was anything for sure that they knew was seriously going to go down in our area, I probably would have already known about it, even though I've been off. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Just buckle up, man. All right, Steve, I appreciate you taking the call. Everybody be safe. Prayers out to Tennessee and Knucklebuster. Oh, man. All you can do is put your faith in the Lord and go from there. All right, Steve, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Pappy. All right, about 18 before the hour. Yeah, a lot of folks, chiming in about the whole Middle East situation. Mark says Iranian leadership is Iran's problem. The people were ready to overthrow the leadership. But Obama at the time wouldn't help. Yes, the Israeli army, very, very potent. We know that. There's Larry who chiming in, and he said prayers for Knucklebuster. He's one that knows how he feels. He said prayers for Knucklebuster. I hope things work out for the good. It's been 3 months since I lost my wife. It's not a feeling that I would want anyone to go through. All right. Still out there moving the freight, though, and life continues on, right? 844-844-3388. All right, quickly, there are some industry updates. We had, I think night before last, I had shared that United Natural Foods, a big company that supplies like 30,000 stores and restaurants around the country, food deliveries and whatnot. They're the wholesale grocery distributor for Amazon's Whole Foods. We're hit with a cyber attack. Now, that has reportedly led to sparsely stocked shelves at many Whole Food stores around the country. In a statement Monday, the company announced that they had proactively pulled the plug on multiple systems after detecting the hack, the unauthorized activity. As soon as we discovered, an investigation was initiated with the help of leading forensic experts. We've notified law enforcement. We're assessing the unauthorized activity, working to restore systems to safely bring them back online. But they did say late last week that this has caused and is expected to continue to cause some disruptions to the business operations. According to reports this past day, shoppers have already noticed the effects. Customers reporting a lack of products at numerous locations. One poster out of San Diego says, at Whole Foods just now, lots of shelves empty. I asked what's going on, and they said one of the largest food distributors in the U.S. got cyber attacked. And that is correct. Not much information in regards to the cyber attack. The company has not disclosed whether the breach resulted in the loss of any data or if a culprit has been identified. In most cases like this, with a major operation, these are typically what they refer to as ransomware attacks. They demand large sums of money, typically to be paid in like Bitcoin. The only thing they did have to say, we continue working to safely restore systems and provide the services to our customers and suppliers. As of today, we are gradually bringing our ordering and receiving capabilities back online with the goal of further increasing capacity over the coming days. So if they've gone, I think this all kicked off nearly a week ago, Thursday of last week. If they've gone nearly a week with the inability to take in the orders and whatnot and get the deliveries out, that would explain. And I saw some photos posted at some locales and numerous products. The shelves are vacant. All right, Eagle, got you coming up. Dan is on board. Wanted to talk about more about the riots, what's going on with the Iran, and lines available at 844-844-3388.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Up there, latest on the Middle East. All right, President Trump stating Wednesday, as we know, that personnel were being moved out of the Middle East because, quote, it could be a dangerous place. Simply adding the United States would not allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. All right, 4 U.S. and 2 Iraqi sources didn't say, what the security risks had prompted this decision. But a U.S. official said the State Department indeed had authorized voluntary departures from Bahrain and Kuwait. State Department updated its worldwide travel advisory Wednesday evening to reflect the latest posture. June 11, that was yesterday, State Department ordered the departure of non-emergency U.S. government personnel due to the heightened regional tensions. Of course, this, as the discussions had been ongoing, trying to reach a nuclear deal, which appears to have either fallen apart or is deadlocked. And U.S. intelligence indicates Israel's been making preparations for a strike for some time. Yeah, they're being moved out because it can be a dangerous place. We'll see what happens, said Trump. We've given notice to move out. Now, ask whether anything can be done to lower the temperature in the region. Trump says they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon. He's repeatedly threatened to strike Iran if these stuttering talks of the program fail. And in an interview released earlier yesterday, said he was at the time growing less confident that Tehran would agree to stop enriching uranium. Following that, Iran's defense minister said that if Iran is subjected to strikes, they will retaliate by hitting U.S. bases in the region. Boom. That's where you see embassies being evacuated. Now, the embassy in Kuwait said that they had not changed their staffing posture, and that location remains fully operational. But the U.S. has a military presence across the major oil-producing region, bases in Iraq, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates as well. State Department is set to have an ordered departure for the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. Now, initial word was the intent was to do that via commercial means, but the U.S. military is standing by to help if requested. Iraq's state news, citing a government source, saying Baghdad had not recorded any security indication that called for an evacuation. Another official said that there's no change in operations at the air base in Qatar, the largest U.S. military base in the Middle East. No evacuation order had been issued for employees or families linked to the U.S. Embassy in Qatar. All right, so Eagle checking in here on a Thursday. Morning, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, how you doing, Steve? Hey. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff to talk about tonight, man. First of all, I want to talk about, before I get to this situation that happened in Nebraska with the meat packing deal, I want to talk about the protest again, Steve. My favorite subject, because you know how I feel, and I'm gonna say that until the day I die. That protesting shouldn't be allowed because people don't know how to conduct themselves in the proper manner. You clearly seen that over the last couple of weeks. I don't understand why you say, if they conduct themselves, they don't throw rocks, they don't set cars. But see, here's the deal, Steve. Here's the deal. We coming up on Saturday. Saturday all hell is gonna break loose on Saturday, Steve. See, what's going on is that on the internet, and I wish there was some way that they could block the internet. These idiots are all working together. These groups, they're all planning these rallies. Well, not rallies, but protests all over America this coming Saturday and Sunday. This weekend is going to be all hell going to break loose, Steve. It all could be avoided by not letting these people even protest to begin with. But you continue to say, and you say that it's the First Amendment right for people to have a right to vote. So when I call you on Sunday night into Monday morning and all hells don't broke loose, I'm gonna repeat what I'm saying, Steve, to you and all you listeners out there, because that's exactly what's going to happen, and that's what they want to happen. That's the reason why they're allowing it to happen, because they want something to happen, because they know these people can't control themselves. You got a bunch of college, high school punks out there in the streets, a bunch of cowards at that want to throw rocks and do the deal behind the mask that they're gonna have on their head. What happens is, Steve, they're gonna scatter them. Like, this scenario has already been played out before. They're gonna scatter these people out through the crowds. Everything's gonna be going good, peaceful, and everything. and then all of a sudden the Antifas and these other organized groups that are paid by certain people to cause chaos, they're going to start an altercation. They're going to throw something. They're going to, it might even be a Molotov cocktail. It could be a bomb, or it could be anything. But they're going to set it off. Let me just ask you one simple question, Steve, before I continue on. Do you really think this coming Saturday, everything is going to be peaceful in all these different states around the United States? Everything is going to go off. There ain't no trouble going to happen. It's just one simple question.
Everyone knows the answer to that is no. And that's why I mentioned earlier that in your state of Texas, Governor Abbott's already got the National Guard on standby. Yeah, here's the issue. You cannot say, no, you're not allowed to peacefully assemble. That is a constitution. It's in the Constitution, the right for people to peacefully assemble and voice whatever the case might be, whatever their concerns are. But as Pappy just mentioned here a few moments ago, when everything starts turning, typically when the sun begins to go down and your Antifa, those that are hell-bent on rioting, that's when you say protest is over. Protest, peaceful, it's not a protest anymore. Now it's a riot. Now you got to get everybody off the streets. That's exactly what's going on right now. You got a curfew. Los Angeles again tonight. That segment of L.A. with a curfew. Spokane at this moment. There is an active curfew underway there as well. All right, news break coming up here. We'll get back to your calls ahead. Eagle, hang in there. Dan, again, will be chiming in. Philip is on board. Checking in from the state of Florida. Our number, 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I've deployed thousands of National Guard troops and hundreds of Marines to protect federal law enforcement from the attacks of a vicious and violent mob.
Military deployment to L.A. will cost the federal government a lot of money.
Multiple reports say deploying thousands of troops to the region for 60 days will cost an estimated $134 million. President Trump has sent National Guard troops and Marines to L.A. during violent protests against federal immigration raids. Federal officials say the costs are largely for travel, housing, and food for each troop. Governor Gavin Newsom has said only 300 National Guard troops are actually deployed, and the rest are sitting in federal buildings buildings without orders. I'm Daniel Martindale.
U.S. and Chinese officials have apparently reached a trade deal in London.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick told reporters after Tuesday's meeting that the two sides had reached a framework to implement a Geneva trade agreement following last week's phone conversation between President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping. The negotiators will now head back to their countries to seek approval from their leaders. Lutnick suggested that under the agreement, restrictions on sales of advanced technology to China could be rolled back if Beijing approves rare earth exports. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk is having second thoughts about some of the things he recently said about President Trump.
On X, Elon Musk wrote, quote, "I regret some of my posts about President Trump last week. They went too far." The divide began when Musk criticized overspending in the Big Beautiful Bill, which is the signature piece of legislation for the Trump administration. Musk claimed he won the election for Donald Trump and later said, without evidence, that President Trump's name was in the files surrounding alleged sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 1 point. The S&P 500 lost 16 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 99 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
California's emergency motion to block President Trump's deployment of the National Guard and Marines to L.A. has been denied.
A federal judge shot down the motion from Governor Gavin Newsom and Attorney General Rob Bonta. A regular court hearing regarding the matter set for Thursday. Newsom had said the deployment is unprecedented and threatens the very core of our democracy. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Georgia U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock is raising questions about FEMA's readiness.
Senator Warnock wrote to DHS Secretary Kristi Noem earlier this week about staffing shortages at FEMA due to budget cuts and concerns over the agency's preparedness for the current hurricane season.
DOGE has hollowed out the agency, and we are woefully and inadequately prepared in terms of staff to respond to these disasters.
He's urging DHS to fully staff FEMA throughout the 2025 hurricane season. Also this week, President Trump announced plans to phase out FEMA when hurricane season ends on November 1st. I'm Liz Kennedy.
The Satanic Temple of Iowa has filed a civil rights complaint against Governor Kim Reynolds and other state officials.
They're alleging religious discrimination. The group says their request to hold a winter event at the state capitol was denied despite their willingness to modify the celebration. The ACLU of Iowa is representing the group. They argue the denial violates First Amendment rights. Governor Reynolds says the decision was made to protect minors. I'm J.D. Snover.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Pick it up there, another hour underway. And of course, we have left off there with Eagle asking the question, do you really think Saturday is going to be a day where all these people get together in cities all around the country to, quote, peacefully protest, and it's going to remain peaceful? To which I said, no, we know the answer. There are undoubtedly going to be some of these agitators, the likes of the Antifas and others, that are going to be embedded in these crowds all over the country. It depends on which city you're talking about. Some cities are going to be ready, and as soon as any nefarious activity gets underway, they will swiftly move in and start rounding them up. Others who kind of sit on their hands, like L.A. did last Friday into Saturday before Trump intervened, we'll see. Probably cars burning, businesses being looted, vandalism, you name it. With all the negativity that Trump jumped the gun, and Trump sent these National Guard, and he's the one that escalated. The riots started on Friday. He ordered the National Guard in later on Saturday. And then finally, after continuing days of unrest, Mayor Karen Bass finally decides to say, we're going to implement a curfew. And that, of course, started Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Dozens of people were arrested. The curfew, the state brought several different law enforcement agencies to L.A. L.A. Times reported 25 had been arrested as of 9 p.m. Tuesday night, an hour after the curfew kicked. Many others, they say, stranded downtown, unable to leave for fear of arrest. But the local news outlet KTLA reporting this past day that L.A. may have just experienced its quietest day this week. Newsom delivered a primetime address Tuesday evening. Apparently, he had audio problems, and the first half of the speech didn't even have any audio. But the opinion polls around the country show that the American people overwhelmingly back Trump on this. One poll on Tuesday showed 59% support the decision to call in the National Guard, 39% oppose it. All right, we'll pick up there. Welcome back, Eagle. Thanks for hanging in there.
Okay, I appreciate that, Steve. Okay, so Steve, cause see, I'm a little bit different from other people, as you clearly know. I have a zero tolerance for stupidity or bad behavior. No, I'm not even gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, cause like I said, I don't like it to begin with. So here's how it goes, Steve. If I was running things in a so-called major city in the U.S., let's just pick Chicago. If you even look like you want to get out of line, whether it be daytime or nighttime, you're being placed in handcuffs, and we're gonna put you in the back of a squad car. We're gonna run you out of there. We're not going to even give you a chance to cause a problem. If we even think you're going to cause a problem, we're going to run you out. And because, see, that's the way you got to make an example out of people sometimes, Steve, to get your point across. You make an example out of some people, the other people will see what's going on, and maybe he'll think this and wait a minute, hold up, but maybe I don't want to be in handcuffs like that old boy right there, getting placed into the back of that squad car. Maybe I'll think twice before I do something stupid, because that's what it is. So, like I told you before, as far as the nighttime goes, Steve, I told you this all week long. You protest all you want all day long. Do what you got to do. Come nighttime, it even look like it's getting dark out. The protest comes to a stop. There's not going to be no 24-hour protesting, because the only thing that happens is when the stores get looted, bricks get thrown through gas stations, and you got the video out there in California where people walking right out of a gas station with handful of goods that they didn't pay for. And it happens. It don't happen in St. Louis. It don't happen in Minneapolis and all these other places. They don't have these so-called rallies going on. So all that can be put to a stop right there by ending the nighttime deal. And luckily, Beetlejuice out there in L.A., she finally got the message in the curfew. That's the reason why they're not having no problems, because they're not allowing nobody on the street. You can't cause a problem if you ain't on the damn street. Now, as far as the police go, Steve, I respect the police. I told you that about Pappy and some other people that call your show. That's almost a bigger insult as burning an American flag, is when you had the audacity to set a police vehicle on fire. Somebody that's supposed to be protecting you, and you got the nerve to bust the glass out on a police vehicle and set the vehicle on fire. And I'm not even a police officer, and that pisses me off when I'm looking at these rallies and I see a police car burning up in the middle of the damn street. You know how much money your son's a police? You know how much money a police cruiser costs, Steve, with all the equipment that they got in there, the computers and all that? You know how much money that is that these idiots are burning up and vandalizing? That should be, Donald Trump was talking about today, you should have a year in jail for burning an American flag, where you should get the same thing, if not more, if you vandalize a police cruiser, a vehicle that's used to protect you. I almost said a cuss word. A vehicle that's used to protect somebody, protect you and your family, and you got the nerve to put your hands on a police vehicle. It's just disgusting. Now, one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, and that concerns the situation with Newsom again and Trump. Newsom, because see, like I said, it's clear that this idiot, why he's got his eye on 28. I'm surprised he didn't get in the race in 24, but I think he realized that he didn't have a chance of getting in and beating Donald Trump. But I think 28, he's gonna try to get in, and hopefully he fails. You know, all these things. Any Republican that runs against him, whether it's J.D. Vance or whoever they can find, I hope they bring up all this video about what's going on in L.A. right now, with the way he's conducted himself and the way that he let the city go down the drain. Because Donald Trump is right. You know, people saying Donald Trump is cocky and arrogant by saying what he said, but he said right. If Donald Trump wouldn't have stepped in, Steve, on Monday, LA would have burned up. Because the people were going to damn sure try to burn the city to the ground. And you know something, Steve, as much as I hate to say it, I don't think Gavin Newsom was going to do a damn thing to stop it, because that's just how stupid this guy is. If Trump wouldn't have stepped in, the LA might not exist right now, the downtown part of that city. So like I said before, Steve, we'll see what takes place on Saturday. If I was Donald Trump, hopefully he'll post a message on the social media, or even he'll come on national television and tell the people that there's going to be a zero tolerance for any type of bad behavior. And those that do want to have bad behavior, you will be prosecuted. I listened to one other thing. I listened to that news conference that they gave out there in Los Angeles today, Steve, the sheriff and the man that's in charge of the police. And I like the way that guy talks. That's the way you're supposed to talk to these people. These people will be punished, and they will be punished to the fullest extent of the law. That guy who threw that Molotov cocktail at that police officer, he'll never get out of jail for the rest of his life, and that's exactly what he deserves. If you got the nerve to try to harm or hurt a police officer, you should never see the sunlight again, as far as I'm concerned. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, kind of counting down. Saturday, it'll be here before you know it, right? That is true. All right, Dan, thanks for hanging in there. What's going on this morning, Dan?
Pretty good, Steve. Enjoyed listening to the show, finding it quite informative. I agree with Grump. Here's the thing. The L.A. sheriff, no law enforcement in California, whether it's county or sheriff or the L.A. City Police, is going to help federal ICE and help any federal officers because they are an ICE, because they're a sanctuary city. I don't know if you know where this started at out there. I listened to this evening or last evening. It was Treasury Department that was investigating this warehouse and who had undervalued their inventory and to avoid paying the tariff. And they had ICE people there. Of course, when they came across undocumented people, they arrested them.
Mm-hmm.
I think DEA was there as well. And it got to a situation where these individuals were federal law enforcement people needed help, and the local police would not help them because they've been prohibited from helping them. And that's why the President Trump federalized the National Guard, and why he brought Marines in to protect federal buildings and federal facilities. But I don't know if there's a problem that Trump can't do it, but all federal aid to these states and cities should be cut off. No grants or nothing else. And I don't care what it is. You sit there and let this cost the taxpayers $130 million to deploy these people because you won't do your job. That's the problem of the people in California that choose to want to live like in a place like that. I just, extending that over, I hope this foreign aid I hope these sanctions get put on Russia. Enough's enough. There's nothing else to lose. And I hope this foreign aid to any of these countries, Guitar plays both sides of the fence. So I hope the president hasn't been duped by them. But my feeling on it is that there should be, the business community in the United States should be served well notice. You hire people who are illegally in this country, you will pay the price. And the first price should be, I know one thing, I know an individual that's a United Van Line agency, and he had Venezuelans working there, and they're no longer there because they've been told will not pick up any military shipments. You will not do it with the undocumented people. Mm-hmm. That's the first round of federal business that you'll lose. And that's what needs, we're not getting any help from the business community, if you want to call it, so-called businesses. And I don't know why Trump hasn't reinstated E-Verify. But I think it should be done. And that should be maybe a hardball question to ask him. And do you know if he's got to go through Congress to do that? Or is that something, somebody's preventing that from being effective. As you know, I am not a supporter of the Bushes. But when W had that, that came about during his tenure. When we had that was very effective. And I didn't know why it hasn't been reinstated. So, but my prayers go out as usual to Knucklebuster and what that poor family's going through. And I hope that something happens. There's some resolution. I didn't know the Iran situation had escalated to the level that it had. I kind of got a glimpse of it on a statement President Trump made earlier in the week. But negotiations are on, correct? I mean, nothing's going to occur with the negotiations we were trying to initiate.
That's everything coming from all the media.
Israel wants them.
All the media outlets are reporting that the negotiations hit an impasse, or the negotiations collapsed, but that there's no compromise.
What else is Israel supposed to do? You know, I mean, it's come to this level, and Iran probably does have a nuclear warhead, a nuclear weapon by now. I mean, I don't trust the damn people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and no, we should not rebuild that country. If we annihilate it, it should not be rebuilt. Figure out how to foment Iranians, and I have friends who are Iranians. They work for the same company that I do, and they're damn nice people. But I don't know what else you're supposed to do. What, let them wipe Israel off the map? We're not done with Hamas yet. I mean, is Hamas still in Gaza? Yeah, I mean, I don't hear about that anymore. But whether Hamas is in Gaza or not, I mean, I'll tell you what, Iran's pretty damn loyal to them.
Right.
So, Anyway. Well, again, I enjoyed the show, and, I mean, I wasn't criticizing Trump or anything, but, I mean, I understand why the president has Marines there and why he federalized the National Guard, because dipshit Newsom certainly wasn't going to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
By now, that city would have been burning. So, anyway, see what happens this weekend. Thanks for taking my calls.
Good to hear from you, Dan. Thank you very much. It was late in our Wednesday morning program. Toward the end of the show, and I held on to this because Josh Hawley, matter of fact, yesterday, is actually launching an investigation into who's paying for all this, who is funding these riots. Now, we had touched on this so-called nonprofit called Operation Healthy Hearts. Yeah, they've been handing out since last weekend the F-ICE packages that include goggles, face masks, gloves, and a phone number for jail support. They say that's just one of several organizations that actually started as supposed grassroots community aid agencies. The group, this arts nonprofit that operates in LA's Skid Row History Museum, allowed another organization to use their building to distribute personal protective equipment packages for protesters on Monday of this week. Among the items available at the museum were anarchist pamphlets that advocated for setting cop cars on fire, burning down police precincts, targeting banks and ATMs as part of a direct action against police. And then we had the Fox 11 affiliate that was doing live coverage Monday afternoon, where groups were seen handing out truckloads of riot gear to protesters on the streets. Now, they had these pamphlets that also included instructions on how to thwart police anti-riot tactics. Now, Miller dismissed the violence that has overtaken L.A. as a few knuckleheads doing stupid you-know-what, which it's a lot more than just a few knuckleheads. Now, she said, we want to support people's rights to stand up to authoritarian takeover. However, many knuckleheads are doing stupid shish kebab that doesn't make us want to back away from standing up for our neighbors' rights. L.A. Poverty Department, which was handing out PPE in the midst with the help of another community group, the Mutual Aid Social Therapy, MAST for short, that describes itself as a decentralized project that uses the principles of mutual aid to put the tools of psychological disciplines in the hands of people. But rather than focusing on spreading therapy practices, they've been passing out goggles and gear to help protesters evade tear gas and rubber bullets, while stoking the anti-law enforcement sentiment via social media, like the other groups. Operation Healthy Hearts generally organizes community service like food drives for the homeless on LA Skid Row. But in addition to creating the ICE PPE packs, they have a long history of pumping out left-wing rhetoric on their social media, and they've been denouncing law enforcement since the protests started last Friday. That's one of the groups Josh Hawley specifically wants to look into. Another is the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, investigating their alleged role in financing and materially supporting these coordinated protests. As part of the Judiciary Committee, Hawley and Senate Republicans have subpoena power to investigate the claims. Hawley this past day said, while peaceful protest is a cornerstone of American democracy, these demonstrations have escalated into lawless mob actions. They have obstructed federal law enforcement, endangered public safety, disrupted the rule of law. This is unacceptable. Now, credible reporting suggests that your organization has provided logistical support and financial resources to individuals engaged in these disruptive actions. Let me be clear. Bankrolling civil unrest is not protected speech. It is aiding and abetting criminal conduct. Accordingly, you must immediately cease and desist any further involvement in the organizing, funding, or promotion of these unlawful activities. Of course, Mayor Karen Bass fighting back, both she and Gavin Newsom, saying that these people trying to say these are paid troublemakers, that's absolutely absurd, they say. It's pretty much clear what's going on, though. Now, Hawley then directed the organization to preserve communications, financial documents, grants, and other records regarding their involvement in protest. Failure to comply will result in additional action by the subcommittee, including potential referral for criminal investigation. That was, again, his letter to the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. The names always sound good, though, don't they? It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Elon Musk says some of the posts he made last week about Donald Trump went too far.
The SpaceX billionaire got in a war of words with the president on social media last week, which started with his opposition to Trump's massive spending bill and culminated with him claiming that Trump was mentioned in the Epstein files. Now the billionaire is saying he regrets some of the posts he made about Trump. I'm Lisa Carton.
Roughly two-thirds of Americans are in support of policies that prioritize birth sex over gender identity.
According to the latest Gallup poll, more than half of respondents agreed with preventing transgender people from participating on sports teams that don't match their birth sex or changing their sex designation on government documents such as passports and driver's licenses. Polling also found support for each such prevention policy varied by political affiliation. Findings reflect a shifting public opinion on two of President Trump's policy priorities relating to transgender Americans. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. We left off there. I had just mentioned the Josh Hawley investigating this Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. Sounds like a good organization, right? We all want to be humane. And Pappy had actually saved a screenshot from a news broadcast, I guess, referring to this, and just how much taxpayer money we're giving to these organizations. He's mentioned last evening, and I said, who's paying for this? He said, we are. These non-governmental organizations, money coming from the taxpayers, going to these groups. The numbers in the tax year 2021, Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights received $12.37 million in government grants. Then in tax year 2022, $33.97 million in government grants. Can't make this stuff up. All right, back to the calls. Philip is on board. Off to work we go on a Friday Eve. Good morning.
Morning, buddy. Hey, if anybody's coming down I-4 and you're coming down westbound, they're going to have all the lanes shut down here by Universal. You're going to have to detour around. They're working down there on 528 in I-4. So just letting everybody know, Steve, if you're down in this area down here on I-4 at westbound, you're going to be diverting around. I'm getting ready to do it here in just a couple of moments. I'll tell you what, Steve, I got some stuff I want to talk about, but with this rioting, there's something that Eagle brought up some valid points, and, have you ever thought about locking that place down? Don't we do that during natural disasters, and when we have the Super Bowl, we lock areas down, and why can't we do that with this? What do you think, buddy? You think we need to lock that place down at night to where nobody moves?
I guess, isn't that what the curfew's supposed to be? Because the curfew's in effect again tonight as we speak.
Yeah, it's just they need to lock it down. And the thing that I don't understand is, I know we've got the two-party system and all this other stuff, but, why don't these law enforcement agencies work with the federal government and try to, hey, let's get a plan together. You have to protect your assets. We have to protect our assets. We also have to protect the public. We have to protect all the business owners that are in the area. Let's all get together and get a plan together and just lock her down at night. And if anybody steps into that, you just go to jail. That's all there is to it. Mm-hmm. That's what needs to happen. This 24-hour stuff has really got out of hand. It really has got out of hand. We've seen it didn't we see this a few months ago at colleges, Steve?
Yes. Yeah.
They put up their temporary housing, like tents and whatnot. Hey, I don't have a problem with people protesting. But, dude, don't go out there and be stupid. When you get to be stupid, you're going to have stupid consequences when the time comes. And that's what we're seeing, and I think that's kind of the idea of the reason they're bringing the troops out there. We got assets to protect. You think about it. The Federal Reserve Building is the same building over there by where the federal courthouse is in that area there. Same deal. Do you really want the place that controls the money for your government being rioted on? What do you think, Steve?
Right. And that's apparently where it all started.
That's what... it's just common sense stuff, and the federal government has set up everything like that because you think about it, we have set all that stuff up in singular buildings because, we try to cut down our costs. If we had a building for every office in the government in every city, it would cost us trillions and trillions of dollars. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So that's why the government has done what they did. But moving on to what I was going to talk about, we talked about last Friday about the Osceola County Sheriff that had got arrested for racketeering charges down here. He's still sitting in Lake County Jail. The governor actually put in place another sheriff who, I think, did you get my post I sent you there, Steve, about it was an interesting story there about the new sheriff in town, so to speak, for Osceola County. Yes. Did you get that?
I did, yes,
Steve?
Indeed. Yep.
Okay, this gentleman, it was an interview, and this is what I sent Steve. It was an interview with one of the local television stations here in town. This lady asked him some pretty hard questions, and he came back with some pretty hard answers to it. He's like, listen, we're not going to deal with this junk. If you're going to be doing what this sheriff did, and he said, plain out simple, He's seen the reports. He can't talk about the reports, obviously, because of the investigation. But in the same light, this guy was not a good guy. And that was the gentleman's exact statements. You know, and there's a lot of people that might be implicated in the department over this. That's still an ongoing investigation. It might happen. It might not happen. They got 5 people that they're looking at right now. That I know of, they've arrested 3 people other than the sheriff. One of those has bonded out. The sheriff is they're still trying to figure out what's going on with his bond. They've had different hearings about his bond, but they want to make sure that the money that he utilizes for it is not corrupt. And it's just a real crazy mess down there in Osceola County right now.
Wow.
So have you read anything about it, Steve?
Not much. Have not.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up. And if what happened with the sheriff, it sounded, for lack of a better way of saying it almost sounded like a mob type story.
Wow.
Hang on a second here. You know, it's people just don't understand. Like just now, a car stopped right in the middle of 3 lanes of traffic because they can't figure out how to get off at an exit here.
Wow.
And just about got rear-ended. This is ridiculous. But anyway, as far as the Axiom stuff goes, I haven't heard any more about that. I haven't heard of when the new date is. It might be today. Yesterday we had some pretty good storms down here, Steve, and it's just been kind of crazy with that too in the afternoon. But that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. And I'm on Eagle's side on a lot of this stuff as far as, what we need to do. But, I think that a lot of these law enforcement agencies, they need to get together and work together and put all their politics aside. So we'll catch you later, buddy.
All right. Safe travels. Rest of your journey in here on a Thursday morning. Let me see. So the Marines that had been deployed there in L.A., they've actually, I'm seeing some video where they've been out training. Looks like yesterday they were on a sports field somewhere. Not sure exactly where the field was, but going through the training maneuvers, how to move in to take on rioters. Will they actually be moving in? It appears, according to the report this past day, those 700 active duty Marines are expected to deploy within 48 hours, according to Northern Command. Officials at Northern Command say the Marines had completed their training. For their mission in California, they will be employed seamlessly alongside the National Guard forces. Their activation and inclusion in the task force intended to provide adequate numbers of forces to provide continuous coverage of the area in support of the lead federal agency, referencing the Department of Homeland Security. That includes Immigration and Customs Enforcement. National Guard Commander Major General Scott Sherman said earlier this past day that his troops would be following federal agents. They're in the lead. We are supporting them. It's really about protecting federal facilities and federal personnel as they do their job. Marines being deployed were trained in crowd control, de-escalation techniques, and in proper use of force. So the additional troops joining the 2,100 National Guard members that are already on the ground. And we do see that 2 individuals have now been charged with throwing the firebombs that rocked the downtown section of L.A. Federal complaint charging 23-year-old Emiliano Galvez and 27-year-old Raki Kwogi of Long Beach with possession of an unregistered destructive device. Now, for them, that carries a maximum sentence of 10 years in federal prison. A U.S. attorney said at least 9 people are facing federal charges as well related to the demonstrations. The LAPD said that they've arrested over 385 people since the protest began, including over 200 last night, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, that were arrested after the curfew went into effect. All right, so we did, of course, we've seen additional arrests taking place. Dozen arrested in protests Tuesday night into Wednesday. New York, Denver, Philadelphia, San Francisco. And as we mentioned earlier, Texas Governor Greg Abbott has activated the National Guard. They are on standby. They're in San Antone. 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
With all the crazy things going on in the world around us, there was actually some positive news we can share with you over the past 24 hours. As far as the tariffs and trade agreements, we've actually a breakthrough. The United States and China have agreed to a new trade framework aimed at restoring a stalled truce and stabilizing key economic ties. The agreement, during 2 days of talks in London, includes provisions on critical mineral exports, tariff levels, as well as Chinese student access to U.S. universities. Now, President Trump announcing this past day he had approved the deal, which now awaits final sign-off from China's President Xi Jinping. All right, he said, we are getting a total of 55% tariffs. China is getting 10%. He also confirmed that China would begin upfront shipments of rare earths and magnets and that Chinese students would continue attending U.S. colleges and universities. Now, they kind of laid out some of the framework when it comes to rare earths. China will accelerate approvals for exports of rare earth minerals and magnets, essential components for electric vehicles, advanced electronics, as well as military equipment. Tariffs. The U.S. will maintain a combined 55% tariff rate on Chinese goods, reflecting both Trump's original trade measures and second-term increases. China's tariff level will remain at 10%. The agreement reinstates access for Chinese nationals to study at American universities, pausing some of the earlier plans to revoke or restrict student visas as part of a broader national security concern. Discussions continue, they tell us, around U.S. export restrictions on high-tech goods such as jet engines and semiconductor design software. While China has sought relief, any such concessions remain subject to further review by the president, President Trump, that is. Now, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick described the outcome as a handshake for a framework that still requires President Xi's formal approval before implementation begins. Now, the Chinese vice minister said the two sides had agreed in principle. When asked whether the deal includes any enforcement mechanisms, the trade representative Jamieson Greer said, as long as Donald Trump's the president, there's going to be enforcement. Just trust me on that, he says. But the London meeting followed the breakdown of a previous agreement that was struck in Geneva last month. That's the deal that began to unravel after the U.S. accused China of stalling export licenses for the rare earths. Beijing objected to new American controls on sensitive technologies and threats to revoke those student visas. Apparently, last week's call between Trump and Xi helped reset the diplomatic table. Renewed talks, partial resumption of export approvals by China ahead of the London summit. So they say the next step, with Trump's approval in place, U.S. officials expect China to finalize their endorsement in the coming days. Treasury Secretary and Commerce Secretary led the American delegation there in London. China was being represented by their vice premier, who was a close aide to Xi Jinping. All right, Joe, let me see. Knucklebuster. Yes, sir. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Steve Summers. I appreciate all those lifting my family up in prayers. I want to give a prayer request for all those Marines out there that are having to deal with California too. So, they got any riots going on out there in Portland, Oregon?
Spokane, Washington. I haven't seen Portland popping up yet.
Well, that's good. My son-in-law, daughter, and her 2 children are going out there on vacation next week, so hopefully it'll be quiet in Portland. I'm hoping so anyway. So I just wanted to jump in and tell you about mile marker 83 in Arkansas over here on I-30. It's shut down both directions. They're doing putting steel beams up over on the bridges there, on the overpasses. So just bear patience with it, or get off and go around. You can get over there and get on 67 and go around, but it's just going to be a slow go over there too. So, all right, that's all my bull on it for this go around. We'll let somebody else get in there.
All right, I did a quick search for you there in regards to Portland, and I just a couple of the headlines. One from Oregon Public Broadcasting says apparently there were a clash involving a smaller demonstration around an ICE facility this past day. Next headline says protesters are planning to mobilize in Portland against Trump on Saturday. Now, Saturday is going to be the day of protest all over the country. From KOIN, anti-ICE protests escalate outside a Portland facility. Just some of the various headlines I'm seeing here. Kind of stuff we're seeing all over the country, right? Couple minutes before a news break. Meanwhile, we were talking the Chinese trade agreement. What about other countries? Progress is being made with a number of countries, and I guess that's positive news from the Treasury Secretary on Wednesday that the administration is prepared to, quote, roll the date forward with some of these trading partners that are negotiating right now in good faith. In the event that deadline, that the 90-day pause rolls around and they don't have a deal yet. He says it is highly likely that those countries or trading blocs, referencing the likes of the European Union, they are negotiating in good faith as we speak. We will roll the date forward as long as the good faith negotiations continue. Now, if someone is not negotiation, the date will not be changed. That in response to a question from a House Democrat that marked the first time a Trump administration official indicated there is a bit of flexibility when the expiration date for this pause, which is rapidly approaching July the 8th. It's now just less than 4 weeks away. And right now they've got one preliminary deal with a major trading partner by the pause, and that would be Britain. And, of course, the deal with China we just discussed. European Union is negotiating in good faith. So some updates on the tariffs there. It is 844-844-3388. Good to have you. It's Thursday. Turn the page on the calendar. Rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. Back after this.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Protests against immigration and customs enforcement are spreading across the U.S., with thousands demonstrating yesterday in New York, Chicago, Denver, Milwaukee, and Washington.
In Long Beach, California, John Nestor explains why he came out.
Try to show solidarity in peaceful protests, as it is our right to do. Add to the numbers and hope they get larger.
In Los Angeles, a curfew instituted after Mayor Karen Bass said there had been a significant amount of criminal behavior in Tuesday's anti-ICE protest. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Harvey Weinstein is being found guilty on some counts in his sex crimes retrial.
The former Hollywood producer was found guilty of engaging in a criminal sex act with one woman while being acquitted on another count involving a different woman. A verdict was not reached on whether Weinstein raped a third woman. The judge ordered the jury to continue to deliberate that charge when they reconvened for a sixth day of deliberations. Weinstein was found guilty in 2020, but the verdict was thrown out because the judge did not handle the witness testimony properly. Jonathan O'Halloran, New York.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s decision to remove all current members of the CDC Vaccine Advisory Committee is raising concerns among public health experts.
Dr. Ashish Jha, Dean of Brown University School of Public Health, says there could be serious consequences if the new appointees don't support vaccines.
This committee stops recommending vaccines. Insurance won't cover it anymore. People will not get it. It will have a real impact on people's access to vaccines.
The committee members advised the CDC on the vaccine schedule and required coverage of immunizations. Louisiana Republican Senator and Dr. Bill Cassidy said back in February that RFK Jr. and the Trump administration promised him that Kennedy would maintain the CDC Vaccine Advisory Committee's recommendations without changes. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
A federal judge is ruling detained Columbia University student Muhammad Khalil cannot be deported or detained by the Trump administration.
Khalil was detained in March by immigration agents and is being held at a facility in rural Louisiana. The Trump administration claims Khalil is an anti-Semitic pro-Hamas terrorist who should be deported after his actions on the campus of Columbia University last year. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio citing an obscure provision of the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952 to justify Khalil's removal from the country. The order will not go into effect until Friday, giving time for an appeal. Jonathan O'Halloran, New York.
The 2025 Bonnaroo Festival in Manchester, Tennessee will kick off tomorrow with heavy hearts following the death of co-founder Jonathan Mayers.
A post by festival organizers on the Bonnaroo Instagram account confirmed his death. Bonnaroo is one of many music festivals Mayers co-founded. His death was reported on Tuesday, but the cause was not released. In the post, organizers said they plan to honor Mayers by planting a tree and doing the 2 things they know best at this weekend's festival: spreading love and radiating positivity. Mayers was 51. I'm at Mattinson.
Nearly 30 states are suing 23andMe.
The DNA genealogy company filed for bankruptcy. The lawsuit seeks to stop the company from auctioning off the private genetic data of around 15 million customers. The lawsuit argues DNA data, health-related traits, and medical records are too sensitive to be sold without each person's consent. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, another hour underway as we, yes indeed, cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. All right, trucking industry headlines. A patchwork of state emergency declarations is causing hours of service problems for truck drivers providing relief. And Republican lawmakers want the FMCSA to do something about it. On Tuesday, dozens of Republican House representatives, led by Representatives Mike Bost and Mike Collins, urged the FMCSA to adopt a preemptive and proactive policy dealing with hours of service regulatory relief. They want to see some changes when it comes to the timing and the scope of emergency declarations. When communities are staring down the threat of a dangerous emergency, the last thing they should have to worry about is ready access to fuel their homes and vehicles. Bost says, I grew up in a family trucking business. I know red tape and delays at the federal level often makes it harder for truckers to do their jobs and deliver their products when it matters the most. This common sense policy change will help keep families safe and spur a quicker recovery during severe weather and supply chain disruptions. Now, action in Congress appears to be driven by the liquid fuel makers who keep the fueling stations supplied and households heated during life-threatening events. Lawmakers pointed out that hours of service relief provided by emergency declarations allow the fuel haulers to address increased fuel demand, road closures, longer wait times at terminals, and a number of other issues during emergencies. However, this relief may not always be sufficient, they say. One issue is timing. Although many disasters, wildfires, and tornadoes are unpredictable, other events like hurricanes and severe winter weather can be predicted well in advance. Even in those situations, an emergency may not be declared until just a day or maybe two before, leaving the fuel haulers and others providing relief very little time to act. So they want the FMCSA to develop agency guidance that would trigger automatic relief at least 5 days before a reliably predicted disaster or emergency. Marketers have to keep stations and homes fueled ahead of an emergency to support evacuations, prepare for forthcoming logistics complications that could result in shortages, according to the letter. Likewise, heating oil marketers and their customers would benefit from advanced preparation to meet the increased demand during severe weather. Another issue is the scope of an emergency declaration. Oftentimes, hours of service relief is provided at the state level, which creates an uneven regulatory environment and confusion. Delays when a disaster is regional. Yeah, start and end dates could vary from one state emergency to the next. Meanwhile, some commodities may be covered in one state, but not the neighboring state. Addressing this patchwork of state declarations, lawmakers have requested the FMCSA implement a policy establishing automatic regional relief during disaster and emergency response. Yeah, nothing being requested by the lawmakers would create new regulations. The FMCSA already has the authority to declare regional emergencies ahead of the states. While coordination with the states is encouraged, the FMCSA should proactively address logistical challenges when it comes to interstate commerce. Clear internal guidance on the issue of regional relief would eliminate a lot of this confusion when drivers have to rely on multiple declarations when you're transporting fuel across state lines. A little bit of clarity, consistency would enable the drivers to make the best route decisions for the efficient restoration of essential fuel supplies. Now, more than 30 House representatives, for whatever reason, all Republicans thus far, signed off on that letter. An update this past day from our folks at Landline. Well, good morning, Brain Dead. How we doing?
Going in the right direction, Steve. That's pointed westerly bound at a slow rate of speed. Well, okay, doing the speed limit, but you get where I'm talking.
Yes, sir.
You get what I'm saying. Now, let me back up last night to something. You were talking about the baseball cards, kind of caught me off guard for a minute. Now, Topps is still around.
Mm-hmm.
Topps is owned by Fanatics, and Fanatics has became a monster company. I mean, it really is blowed up. Now, you were also talking about Donruss. Now, Donruss went out of business along with Leaf because they were the same company. Now, Panini was a sticker maker in Italy that had decided to set up operations here, and they decided to buy up the Donruss name. Leaf reincarnated itself here a few years ago as its own separate entity. Now, Fleer bought up a company called Skybox. Skybox is around in the early to mid-90s. Fleer went out of business at, I think it was like 98 or 99. They went out of business and was bought up by Upper Deck.
So I've lost track. I mean, there's so many different card brands. Is Pinnacle one that's still around? Is that
Pinnacle went out of business because Pinnacle and Score was the same company.
Okay.
And they both went out of business, and I think Panini bought up Score.
Wow.
So, but now I told you that. Let me tell you this part. Now, in 2009, excuse me, Topps had the exclusive rights to print just baseball and baseball cards alone. Excuse me. Had bought up the rights for baseball and baseball cards alone because Panini bought up the whole NBA and NFL, and Upper Deck bought up hockey. Those companies can only print licensed cards. Now, if you can get the Players Association to sign off on the deal, then you can use the player's image and likeness. Now, this is where the whole monopoly comes in. Before Fanatics bought up Topps, they were coming out with pretty much a new product a week. They at one time had 35 products in a calendar year.
Wow.
35 products. And a lot of times it was 2 releases in a week. And we went to Topps at a industry convention and said, hey, you need to back off a little bit. This is getting ridiculous, because when you control the market, you can control what you put out there. So in the agreement with MLB, they had to print everything from $2 all the way up to something that was $20,000. Now, when I say $20,000, I'm not stuttering because they only made like 50 or 100 boxes. It was a super high-end product.
Man,
it was geared more towards the big-time money collectors. The big-time money collectors. This is, to me, is like I said last night, this is no longer a hobby. This is a business. I mean, I remember back in the day, everybody printed baseball. Everybody printed football, hockey, you know, just everybody printed everything. But it's all about the money. It's all really about the money part of it. It's really crazy. Now, I think it is in October this year, the NBA goes over to Topps. Topps is already putting out NBA products now. And the NFL jumps over in April of next year. So now, realistically, you got a monopoly because you got one company that's doing 3 sports that have exclusive agreements. Crazy, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Well, all I know is I remember as a kid, man, we could get a pack of cards for like $0.25, maybe even less. You know, you get 4 or 5 packs for $1, and hell, you got cards for what, $5.99, $6.99, $8.99 a pack nowadays, don't they?
Oh, they got them more higher than that. They've got, like I said, they've got a box that just has 10 cards in it for $2,500 to $5,000.
Good golly!
They've got a briefcase. It's got 3 high-end cards that are numbered to 5 or less, and has 10 or 12 cards in a pack. That's about $5,000 to $12,000, depending on the sport. And that's all depending on the sport.
Wow!
Like I said, it's not a business no more. With all this game news and autographs and relics and short prints and variations, it's you need a play-by-play sheet just to figure out what the wide world of sports you're looking at here too, Steve. So, switching gears here. Hey, nice pun. Now, I was given homework this past weekend for our brother Rambler, and have we heard from Dipsy Driver at all lately?
Have not. I think he checked in here a few days ago.
Well, if you listen to Brother Rambler and you're like taking a sleep underneath the bridge somewhere, turn up that radio, because we got the NFL the NHL draft coming up. I'll get it right here in a minute, you know. So anyway, it's coming up here in a couple of weeks. Now, the Red Wings are 13th in the draft selection. Now, they need to draft a high draft as a high upside scorer that has playmaking skills, particularly a winger and a left shot defenseman. Now, if I had to pencil, that's if I ran the company pretty much, or the front office. If I had to pencil, there are 4 guys that I would really go after, really go after. And that's Carter Bear, Jake O'Brien, Layden Lakovic, and Cole Retchney. Those are the 4 that I would go to, because Bear would be a great pick because competitiveness and willingness to work on hard areas of the ice. Now, he had 40 goals and 82 points in 56 games at Everett last year. But he would make a great complement to any offense that's already on the ice. The only issue I see with this is the Achilles injury that ended his season last year. Now, Linden has a great size for him. I mean, 6'4", 200 pounds, very fluid skater. But his great skill comes with an impressive shot. I mean, he scored 27 goals in 47 games in the WHL. Now, he is very versatile and can be compared to Anthony Martha. I did not stutter when I said the last name, Martha. Now, if Victor Eklund or Roger McQueen are not drafted, I would take one of those two instead. Hypothetically, the other ones. But when you step back and look at it, Eklund is very physical, great work ethic. Now, his brother is William Eklund, who was a 7th pick in the 2021 draft by the Sharks. Now, he stood out in the, I'm going to butcher the name, please forgive me, some sort of team in Sweden, I guess.
Okay.
I'm not, you know what, I'm redneck. I ain't Swedish, so. But anyway, he's one of the top players in Sweden in the world. Now, he'll play one more season with Djurgården. I guess it's right. I don't know. Which earned him a promotion to the SHL next year. Now, Roger McQueen is a lot to like about him, as he has a great motor skills. Now, he did have a back injury that forced him to miss 51 games this past season and competed in all the combine tests and passed them. Great combine score. Now, he's had 10 goals, 10 assists in 17 games. But also, back with Jack O'Brien, now he did elevate his game during the second half of the season. His poise, vision, and playmaking and ability and willingness is a hard play. Now, he is 17 years old, and he can slow down the game offensively and help the teammates score. Now, Cole Reshney has a great hockey IQ with instincts from both sides of the puck, with specialty of penalty kill or a power play. He is not very physical, but he does understand how to take away time and space from his opponent. So, do you want to smash your break? I've got an NCAA football story you might want to catch on the backside.
We'll find out, I guess. It's 21 past the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All righty, back at it here. All right. One more story. Now, what category was this?
This is going to be under the college football.
Okay.
But now, see, real quick, I got a text from Brother Rambert here a minute or two ago. Now, he said that he is not asleep under a bridge downtown. He did say he was having a prayer session that the Red Wings actually make the playoffs this year. So, brother, I'm praying for you too, but, time will tell, right? But now, do you remember the whole ACC and Florida State and Clemson suing one another? You remember all this?
Kind of, yeah.
Well, we can go ahead and stick a fork in it. It is officially done. The ACC's infighting is officially over between Florida State and Clemson. Now, the ACC filed to dismiss the case against each other last week. Now, the move finally ended that 17 months of litigation that played out where Florida sued the ACC, South Carolina sued ACC, North Carolina sued both schools. And we figured it out. We're on the same page.
Right.
It's even getting confusing for me. Now, both schools and the league approved a settlement in March. Now, Florida State's counsel estimated that the agreement would be finalized in 30 days. The whole process took 3 months and just approached the deadline here a few days ago in one of the Florida courts. Now, the initial settlement terms clarified the issue when Florida State, Clemson, and other ACC members moved to leave the conference. The schools, not the league, would get to keep their TV rights, which are worth hundreds of millions of dollars between now and 2036 when the contract expires. The exit fee, according to the presentation to Clemson trustees in March, would drop annually from $165 million next fiscal year to $75 million in the 2030-31 season. Now, that's critical window as the TV contracts for the SEC, Big Ten, and college football playoffs will expire. Potentially a round of realignment. Don't you love that word, realignment?
They're always realigning, aren't they? That's the name of the game there. Yeah. All right. Yeah, what are we going to add some more teams to the playoffs, right? Keep adding. Let's just let it. Everybody, you're in the playoffs. All right, news break just ahead. Not surprising to me, Americans not as interested in purchasing electric vehicles as they once were. Who could have ever guessed? Now this, according to the latest AAA poll, back in 2022, same survey found that 25% of those asked said they were either likely or very likely to buy an electric vehicle as their next car. Today, that number sits at 16%, a nearly 10-point drop. Over the past 4 years, those who said they would be unlikely or very unlikely to purchase an electric vehicle went from 51% in 2022 to 63% today. No interest. Taking a longer view, the percentage of U.S. drivers who believe that most cars will be electric within the next 10 years dropped from 40% in 2022 to 23% this year. And this is not the first poll to show declining enthusiasm for the electric vehicle. There was a Gallup poll, April of last year, showed a decline in the percentage saying that they're considering an electric vehicle. It dropped from 12% to just 9%. Those considering buying an EV dipped from 43% in 2023 to 35%. It should be noted that this survey was taken early in March, so the recent rift between Elon Musk and President Trump is not a factor.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Harvey Weinstein is being found guilty on some counts in a sex crimes retrial.
The former Hollywood producer was found guilty of engaging in a criminal sex act with one woman while being acquitted on another count involving a different woman. A verdict was not reached on whether Weinstein raped a third woman. The judge ordered the jury to continue to deliberate that charge when they reconvened for a sixth day of deliberations. Jonathan O'Halloran, New York.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s decision to remove remove all current members of the CDC Vaccine Advisory Committee is raising concerns among public health experts.
Dr. Ashish Jha, Dean of Brown University School of Public Health, says there could be serious consequences if the new appointees don't support vaccines.
This committee stops recommending vaccines. Insurance won't cover it anymore. People will not get it. It will have a real impact on people's access to vaccines.
I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, hello to Rubber Duck. Checking in from beautiful downtown LaPorte, Indiana. Home sweet home. Said so today was way cool. Had the pleasure of sharing the road with the Hot Rod Power Tour as it was rolling toward Fort Wayne this past morning. The cars went all over the board, from a second-generation Ford GT to rat rods. Yes, indeed, it was a great ride this past day. All right, I saw the video you had posted there, Rubber Duck, and I wondered what all those old cars were that you were sharing the road with. That explains it. Over 5,000 cars? Wow. So that's a big show, huh? All right, meanwhile, let's get back to the calls. Well, hello, young Colton.
What's up?
Well, I'm just playing radio. Is school's out for summer? Is that official?
Yes, as of yesterday.
How about that? So it's your first night off and you can't sleep?
Yeah.
So does that mean you're going to be like my grandson, stay up all night playing video games all summer?
No, I'm probably going to be going down to where my dad stays and probably go get a summer job, probably.
Oh, okay. How old are you now, Colton? We're losing track.
14.
So not so young anymore. He's a teenager now.
Yep.
So what kind of job you thinking of getting for the summer?
Not really sure yet. Whatever job will hire me, mostly.
Yeah, well, you can make some money, right?
Yeah.
Guess you can make more money that way than collecting discarded aluminum cans, right?
Yeah.
I remember the days when you were out there collecting those cans in the summertime.
And I still am. It's just I'm taking a little bit of a break because I was working so much last year. I'm like, I don't want to do it right now.
Yeah. So what grade you gonna be going in? 10th next year? You gonna be a freshman?
I'm going to be going into the 9th.
9th, okay. Gotcha. So I think you're about the same age. My grandson is 13, so yeah, he'll be going into 9th grade next year too, but different birth months and whatnot. But
yeah.
So anything else going on? Life treating you well? Dad doing okay?
Yeah, Dad's doing pretty good. He's still working down as his supervisor position in Highland Park and everything.
Uh-huh. Well, I see everybody's kind of chiming in saying good morning. You chimed in via Facebook there. Appreciate you dialing us up to say hi. Enjoy your summer, right?
Yep.
All right. Good to hear from young Colton. It is 844-844-3388. Gary said, there's a good young man. Yes. Especially because he tunes into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive when he's up and at 'em in those late night hours, right? School's out for the summer. All right, for those who may not have been with us early in the program, just kind of quickly hitting the highlights once again. As far as tensions in the Middle East, the U.S., word comes down, evacuating non-essential staff from the embassy in Baghdad. Family members of military personnel from several other bases in the Gulf. Growing concerns about the security situation, according to two State Department and Pentagon officials. Why does it matter? The unusual steps taking place ahead of a crucial round of the nuclear negotiations between the U.S. and Iran, and amid threats made by Iranian officials to launch missiles against U.S. bases in the region in the event that any of their nuclear facilities are hit by either Israel, the U.S., or both. Israeli officials say the IDF is on extremely high alert for a possible escalation with Iran. Now, these evacuations happened 3 days after the president held that meeting on Iran with his top national security team at Camp David. This past day, the UK's government maritime trade operation issued a warning to mariners about increased tensions in the Middle East, which could lead to an escalation of military activity, was the official word. Vessels being advised to transit the Arabian Gulf, the Gulf of Oman, and the Straits of Hormuz with caution, and to report incidents or suspicious activity. Several hours later, the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad started preparing for an evacuation of non-essential staff. Now, what are they saying? A State Department official said, based in a latest security analysis, a decision was made to reduce the footprint of our mission in Iraq, while the White House Deputy Press Secretary Anna Kelly tells Axios the evacuation of personnel is a result of the State Department's recent security review regarding U.S. personnel abroad. At the same time, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth authorized the voluntary departure of military families from several U.S. bases in the Middle East due to the, quote, security situation. Safety and security of our service members and their families remains the top priority, and U.S. Central Command is monitoring the developing tension in the Middle East. Word from the Pentagon this past day. All right, see if Eagle's still with us there. Are we hanging in there here on a Thursday? Morning, Eagle. Welcome back.
Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, Eagle. We got you.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, there was a couple other things I wanted to talk about, Steve, concerning this situation. And that's with the situation in LA when it comes to the military. To the military. Now I'm gonna say this, Steve. In this situation here, you know, if you look at the definition, you know, for what they're saying on television, you know, the ones that I'm not gonna name no TV organizations, but if you look at the way that they're talking about the Marines, and military, their definition of what a military is, they're trying to make it out to be, and we both know this is not true, but that's what CNN does, Steve, is try to make it sound like Donald Trump is trying to turn his military on his own people. You know, that's what they're saying on CNN, that Trump is trying to turn his military onto his own people. That's not what he's trying to do. But that's what these CNN, right. That's what these bogus liars, they have to say that to make them look good. But one thing they do have right about it, from what I've checked on, military is, from what they're saying, is only supposed to be for use if you're fighting an enemy that is outside of your country, not inside, from what I'm understanding. I'm talking about your own people.
Correct.
Now, I don't know if that's right. I don't know if that's right enough, but that's what I've heard.
That's correct.
So they're saying, but Donald Trump is not bringing in the Marines to fight his own people. He's bringing the Marines in to control chaos, to control these individuals at these rallies that these losers are having. These men are not there. They're trying to make, this is how stupid these people are, Steve, CNN. They're trying to make it out like he's actually sending them to Iraq or Iran to go hand to hand fight with these individuals. Donald Trump is not sending these people there to fight people in the middle of the streets of LA. These men are here to restore order
in chaos, in a respect thing. Hopefully, that these idiots wouldn't try to attack one of these individuals. But no, I've seen so much now, Steve, nothing surprises me at this point. But Donald Trump, he hasn't done anything wrong. He has the right to use the military to control chaos. You look down here where I live at in Texas, Steve. Greg Abbott, he got state troopers because he didn't have enough, because Biden wouldn't let him have enough Border Patrol people. Greg Abbott had state troopers working, Border Patrol agents, helping out, doing the job that the agents were doing. Sometimes you have to use other resources if you can't get what you need, Steve, and that's what Donald Trump is doing. This is not intimidation. This is not these Marines don't pose no threat whatsoever to these people in Los Angeles or wherever they sent them. As a matter of fact, they're getting more training right now, Steve, to show you that they don't want these Marines to help. The Marines haven't even stepped foot on the streets of L.A. They say that those guys. What'd you say, Steve?
Yeah, they're supposed to be heading out either today or tomorrow.
Yeah, like I say, CNN, these guys, man, they blow everything up to make it exaggerated. Everything is Trump, orange man, or whatever you want to call him, bad. And the Trump is this, Trump is that. Trump is not. He's doing everything he can to make America great again. And he has to use the resources that he has, Steve. Unlike the governor of California, he could have done the same thing, but he chose not to. And for them to be talking like this about Donald Trump, is uncalled. But like we say, we'll see what happens this weekend on Saturday, Steve. Hopefully, things will go smoothly, and they won't even need the military. But if they need them, then hey, use what you got to use to restore chaos. Because believe it or not, though, Steve, some of these people, because Biden let in a lot of bad people. There's a lot of bad people walking the streets of America. And I ain't talking about no guy that's working in no meat processing factory or a guy that's picking fruits and veggies. Some of these guys, especially like some of these Chinese nationals and some of these individuals from Iran, Iraq, and these terror cells, they just waiting for to go. And they, believe me, there's some of those people still walking around in the U.S. Mm-hmm. And that's what we need to find out, where these guys at, and we need to get them off the streets and get them locked up, because these people are very dangerous. Now, one other thing I wanted to say right quick before I hang up with you, Steve, and that concerns what's going on in Iran and Iraq. Now, it's been time to stop playing games with these people. You can't negotiate with these guys. These guys are dirty and crooked. They don't want to negotiate. The only thing that they want is a nuclear weapon, and they might have one. They had plenty of time. They had 4 years to get one when Biden was in the White House, because he damn sure didn't try to stop him. So if they didn't get it done when he was in the White House, then they'll never get it done. But it's time for Donald Trump. They tried to talk. They tried to negotiate with these people, and it seems negotiations broke down again. At this point now, Steve, you got to take action with these people now, because if you don't, then they're going to take action, and it could be bad. So you got to stop playing games, and these people don't want to talk. No, when the talking is over, that's when you got to start taking some action. So we'll see what Donald Trump does. He need to keep everything secret. He definitely don't let the media know, because they'll blow it out of proportion. So anything Donald Trump does, that's my word of advice to Donald Trump. Keep it to yourself. Don't tell the media. And at this point, I don't even know if you tell the people that work for him, because you never know if they got moles in there that might blow it up to the news media. So Donald Trump, whatever he has planned for these people, keep it to yourself and catch them by surprise and keep it off the television, because believe me, CNN will make it worse than what it actually is.
Right.
And I thank you for taking my.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess NASCAR, Mexico this week. I saw Brain Dead had shared some of the video. Apparently, some of the NASCAR haulers that were rolling down there toward Mexico City a couple of days ago. I think the Cup Series is supposed to be arriving in Mexico City today. The Xfinity and is the Truck Series down there as well. Some of the other series have been arriving over the last couple of days, but. Based on the video he shared, though, yes, big time security escorts. Looks like maybe some military vehicles along with police vehicles. Some of the pickups with, like the armed guards standing up in the back of the vehicles. Lots of security, trying to escort the NASCAR haulers and drivers down into Mexico City. But hey, we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Alrighty, we'll head out west. Looks like Senor Heatwave is headed to Salt Lake City from Albuquerque. Yeah, I saw a little video out of Albuquerque. I guess it was in the downtown area where someone several days ago or several nights ago, people woke up in the morning finding all these leaflets, pamphlets lining the streets of Albuquerque about how protesters can participate, how to evade the police, who to call if you end up. Are they planning something there in Albuquerque this weekend, Heatwave?
Oh, good morning, Senor. This is the first time I've heard anything about that.
Oh, really?
So I'm learning. Yes, sir. So this is I'm learning a lot from you. So, it is amazing how all these protests are happening, first in Democrat states, and then secondly in Democrat-run cities. Have you noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
That little factoid. Yep. So we all know who's causing the problems, and if there is going to be, trouble in the land of entrapment, well, why not? Got to be like the rest of the damn country. We're last in everything as a state, except, everything that's good, but we're first in everything that is absolutely bad. Crime, illegal aliens roaming the streets, homeless, education. We're last in all that stuff. I mean, hell, even Mississippi went from 49th to 35th, and, we're the laughing stock of the country. But it's a beautiful place in certain areas where the Democrats haven't trashed it or burned it up. So, that's good to hear, Colton. Yeah, all I could think of was Alice Cooper's School's Out for Summer and School's Out Forever.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, goodness gracious. man, to be a kid again, to be able to play video games or go fit. You know, when I was a kid and when you were a kid, obviously we had the Atari 2600, the 5200, and Nintendos were coming out where you had to blow on that cartridge just to make sure it would fit inside that machine so you could play your video games. But you know, that's the problem with kids today. They don't go outside. They don't do anything. They're bored. You know, they can't read anything because it's boring. You know, of course, with my situation, I was one of the lucky ones, I guess I could say. I was able to go out and do, you know, whatever I needed to do on the farm with the tractors, you know, plowing the fields, cultivating, you know, cleaning up weeds. There was always something to do, and especially help my dad fix up the cotton gin to get ready for, you know, the cotton coming in starting in August every year. We could always depend on somebody having an early cotton crop where we were, you know, needing to clean up the lint from the previous year and making repairs to the cotton gin. So yeah, there was always something to do. And then on Sundays, you know, we'd go out to a stock tank and go fishing, and always something. Hell, even today, whenever I'm sitting behind the wheel, I'm listening to Sirius XM's channel 148. That's the Radio Classics, where you listen to a lot of the shows that they had in the past, and it makes you use your mind. You know, they got the sound effects for a lot of these stories, but it makes you use your mind to imagine what the scene is like for the time. So I'm not saying playing video games is bad, but, you know, I imagine if I would have done that all summer long, my mind had been mush.
Yeah, right.
For the rest of my So, you know, I would love to comment on a few things, but I promised you I'd keep my mouth shut. You know, when I was in the military, I took an oath, like the rest of us. You know, we would defend our country against enemies, foreign and domestic. And you lose your right of protest, of peaceful protesting, when you start assaulting other people because you don't like the way they think. You express your anger by burning up cars, turning them over, looting businesses, you know, and you know, hurting people. You lose that right, in my opinion. And yeah, you need to be dealt with. You know, obviously you want to try to do the nonviolent thing. You know, spray them with pepper gas or pepper spray, tear gas, foam rubber bullets, you know, to get them to move.
Mm-hmm.
But
and I noticed it looks like, you know, them rubber bullets, looks like they actually pack a bit of a punch, don't they? Hold the thought.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Protests against immigration and customs enforcement are spreading across the U.S., with thousands demonstrating yesterday in New York, Chicago, Denver, Milwaukee, and Washington.
In Long Beach, California, John Nestor explains why he came out.
Try to show solidarity in peaceful protests, as it is our right to do. Add to the numbers and hope they get larger.
In Los Angeles, a curfew instituted after Mayor Karen Bass said there had been a significant amount of criminal behavior in Tuesday's anti-ICE protest. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Harvey Weinstein is being found guilty on some counts in his sex crimes retrial.
The former Hollywood producer was found guilty of engaging in a criminal sex act with one woman while being acquitted on another count involving a different woman. A verdict was not reached on whether Weinstein raped a third woman. The judge ordered the jury to continue to deliberate that charge when they reconvened for a sixth day of deliberations. Weinstein was found guilty in 2020, but the verdict was thrown out because the judge did not handle the witness testimony properly. Jonathan O'Halloran, New York.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s decision to remove all current members of the CDC Vaccine Advisory Committee is raising concerns among public health experts.
Dr. Ashish Jha, Dean of Brown University School of Public Health, says there could be serious consequences if the new appointees don't support vaccines.
This committee stops recommending vaccines. Insurance won't cover it anymore. People will not get it. It will have a real impact on people's access to vaccines.
The committee members advised the CDC on the vaccine schedule and required coverage of immunizations. Louisiana Republican Senator and Dr. Bill Cassidy said back in February that RFK Jr. and the Trump administration promised him that Kennedy would maintain the CDC Vaccine Advisory Committee's recommendations without changes. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
A federal judge is ruling detained Columbia University student Muhammad Khalil cannot be deported or detained by the Trump administration.
Khalil was detained in March by immigration agents and is being held at a facility in rural Louisiana. The Trump administration claims Khalil is an anti-Semitic pro-Hamas terrorist who should be deported after his actions on the campus of Columbia University last year. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio citing an obscure provision of the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952 to justify Khalil's removal from the country. The order will not go into effect until Friday, giving time for an appeal. Jonathan O'Halloran, New York.
The 2025 Bonnaroo Festival in Manchester, Tennessee will kick off tomorrow with heavy hearts following the death of co-founder Jonathan Mayers.
A post by festival organizers on the Bonnaroo Instagram account confirmed his death. Bonnaroo is one of many music festivals Mayers co-founded. His death was reported on Tuesday, but the cause was not released. In the post, organizers said they plan to honor Mayers by planting a tree and doing the the two things they know best at this weekend's festival, spreading love and radiating positivity. Mayers was 51. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Nearly 30 states are suing 23andMe.
The DNA genealogy company filed for bankruptcy. The lawsuit seeks to stop the company from auctioning off the private genetic data of around 15 million customers. The lawsuit argues DNA data, health-related traits, and medical records are too sensitive to be sold without each person's consent. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do you say? Get that final hour underway on Thursday. Looking toward the weekend? It's almost here. And there's Truckin' Phil. Happy Truckin' Thursday. Coffee up. Beautiful strawberry moon still hanging, shining this morning. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stabil. Starting off at 65, warming to 85 in Fort Wayne today. 63 going to 74 in Newaygo, Michigan. Well, after a couple of accomplished days off, I'm ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and back again. Have a great day, everyone. It's almost Friday. And roll on, Knucklebuster. Semper Fi from Truckin' Phil. Good to have you back with us here. All right, send your heat wave back once again. Thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you, Senor, for holding me over. Yeah, so, I mean, when you do this kind of violent acts, you lose your right, and you should be treated as a domestic terrorist, because that's what you're doing. You're spreading terror. You're spreading destruction. You're just
you're being
a DA, not just for the day or the week, but you're being a DA for the rest of your life doing that kind of stuff. So, it's the micromanaging of every Trump decision that he comes out. I mean, if these people are breaking the laws and are here on student visas or whatnot, they need to be dealt with. But every damn time Trump says, hey, let's do this, they start screaming and looking for a sympathetic judge. And, I mean, this is the basic definition of micromanaging.
Yep.
Well, I don't like that decision, so I'm going to go to this judge and we're going to throw an injunction. If Democrats ever take over again, I hope to hell somebody out there on the conservative side will take every decision that potential leader has made or is planning to make and goes to every federal judge they can go to block anything that they do. I mean, what's fair is fair, right? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Now, that's it. Now, the thing in the Middle East, Iran threatening if anything bad happens to them. What do people not understand? Iran, they really don't need to have a nuclear program. They got plenty of oil out there. They got plenty of natural gas. They can power up power units to create electricity. They don't need nuclear. And and as an oil-rich country, I mean, they ought to be able to power themselves up for generations or more to come. And then with them being the money man for everyone out there that's doing anything bad, we all say follow the money. Well, they were funding Hezbollah. I think Israel took care of them with the exploding cell phones and the other attacks that they made to protect themselves there in Lebanon. Hamas, they're still raising Cain. They're getting funded by, Iran. We hadn't heard much from the Houthis lately. Have you? I sure haven't.
That seems like they've calmed down a little bit, at least momentarily.
Yeah, I mean, so, and Iran was on their damn knees until Joe gave them $6 billion or $8 billion. Well, it's their money, and they're only going to use it for humanitarian aid. Yeah, right, sure. Mm-hmm. Well, we've seen what kind of humanitarian aid was given. This whole world has gone to hell in a handbasket, and I was talking to an old Marine that been driving for Yellow, and he's driving for someone else now. And I said, the sad thing is, what we feared the most after the World War II, and what's happening. What we were fearing then, it seems like it's starting to come to fruition now. We thought Russia was our biggest damn enemy. Now we got China, we've got Iran, we've got North Korea, besides Russia. I mean, your axis of evil is right there, and that's the reason why these countries should not have a nuclear program, because they just do not understand. Some of them countries are hell bent on getting rid of every person that doesn't think in their, like they think of them in their mindset. We are infidels to these people. We are bad. They need to eradicate us. They need to eradicate the Jewish religion, the Jewish people. And you're going to have those idiots out there saying, well, we need to be nice to these people. Why? They're the ones who started the damn brawl. I think there needs to be precision military strikes on some of these government agencies, because this is government, not the people, that are really ruining it for the rest of their country. I mean, if you were able to go to the Middle East and talk to some of these people and see what the common folk think, you'd be surprised.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the government and the religious hierarchy that they have that's really ruining it for everybody else.
Yeah. We had the Arab. Remember the Arab Spring? Several years ago.
Yes.
I mean, leadership changed in several Middle Eastern countries. Some for the better, some not necessarily. But I mean, Iran was ready. They were ready to take a part in that. But for whatever reason, they couldn't get the assistance they needed. And here we are today. And here's Scrapyard. Good morning.
Good morning. What's happening, Captain? Out here playing in the rain.
Rain.
Yeah. That on presidential powers, the left is really screaming, saying Trump's overstepped his bounds. No, he hasn't even gotten close yet. That the president has the right to, when in times of unrest to federalize the National Guard, and the Marine Corps is under the president's direct control, not the Department of Defense. And the president can call out the Marines, and the thing of it is, they don't go anywhere without firepower and ammunition. That all it's going to take is one attack upon said Marines, and it's going to be hell's coming. Just put it that way.
Yeah.
And it's and the table is set basically. It's not a Trump doing this thing. It's not a violation of posse comitatus, the clause in the Constitution. The only way that it could be a violation is using the military as a regular police force.
Correct.
But in times of dire need, he has a right to call them out. All that. So all this popping up across the country and all that, like you said earlier, follow the money. Well, come to find out, one of Sam Walton's either daughter or granddaughter or something like that, Christine Walton, come to find out is funding these yo-yos over there.
Right. Someone mentioned that last evening. I think it was the granddaughter, I think it was.
Yeah. And it's funding a lot of them. Even gotten real close, following it back about the Craigslist ads popping up all across the country. We're paying people, thousands of dollars a week to go out there and protest and look and the title on there was "Looking for Real Badasses."
Yeah, I saw that one.
To protest.
Right.
Yeah. That. So, follow the money, find out who's all behind it, and charge them with domestic terrorism and fomenting an insurrection or coup. And that is a charge of treason. That's an automatic death penalty. You don't get locked up for treason, you just get killed. And that's what needs to happen in this country, and start thinning them out. And we had a tragedy happen down there just a few miles from my yard yesterday. A 15-year-old girl was mauled by a pack of 30 pit bulls.
Wow.
They apparently dismembered her. And the thing with this, her and her mother lived a few doors down from where it happened. And the dogs were at somebody's house. And, well, the daughter and mother run a rescue operation, and saw that the dogs were starving to death, and went down there to feed them, and apparently got out, and she got killed. It had gotten so bad that now the sheriff's office there is in serious trouble, because people had already filed complaints over the past 5 months, and said that legally they couldn't do anything because they were behind a fence and had private property signs up, posted and all this. But the dogs kept getting out. It got so that people would not let their kids walk to the bus stop down at the corner of that road for fear of being attacked. And so, in a lot of states now, it's illegal to have pit bulls. In certain communities, especially in Arkansas, it's a felony. It's no longer a misdemeanor. And had a couple of bad run-ins with them myself and all that. My dad, before he passed away, before the cancer took him away, he was in the final stages and was just out there. He wanted to get out and do something that he loved. He wanted to get out there and tend his garden, and went outside. Well, the neighbor down the street, pit bulls got loose and come up there and jumped on my dad and nearly killed him. And let's just say that there were guns drawn on the neighbor. Won't tell you who did it, but offered him a chance to either surrender his dogs or surrender his life. But neither here nor there. Let's just say that the dogs are no longer with us. And so that have no love for that breed whatsoever and all that. So that I just urge everybody to think really well about your pets, whether or not you want a manslaughter charge or a negligent homicide charge on you for having vicious dogs.
I can't tell you how many times I've heard people say, well, it's all in the way you bring them up. It's in the way you rear them. And I've heard that. Not in that breed, right?
In certain dogs, that it's genetically ingrained. And another absolutely dangerous dog is the Dalmatian. The line of the Dalmatian dog was started genetically with only 5 dogs. And that's why they have problems of being deaf and or things like hip dysplasia. But their worst trait due to genetic damage is they go insane. And there's been numerous people that their children have been killed by, the household pet Dalmatian. And that's why there's great warnings on all that. Like on Dog World magazine, various other magazines saying that Dalmatians should not be around children whatsoever. And that, but there is one pit bull-like dog that is much maligned, and it's called the Dogo Argenta. It took a man 70 years of his life to create the breed, to get the genetics just right. These dogs are they're working dogs, and they are bred to chase down the wild Russian boar that was imported into Argentina. And they grab them and hold them. They even were used to help wrangle the big bulls. But the thing that is, they don't just latch on and draw blood. They latch on to an animal and stop it and hold it until somebody can come up there and tie it up. And I've actually dealt with them, and a lot of people, just because of the way that they look, think that they're a pit bull, but they're not. They're an absolute wonderful breed of dog. And so it's like if you want a dog like that, avoid the pit bull and go with a Dogo Argenta, because they're just an absolutely all-around good dog.
All right, so I did come across that story there in Arkansas. Yeah, apparently this 15-year-old girl was, out of the kindness of her heart, trying to, taking some food down to feed the dogs that she said looked malnourished. They weren't being cared for properly. Mom said she had been doing this for some time, trying to help take care of the dogs. I guess some way or another, they got a hold of her. And they said it was somewhere between 30 and 40 dogs in these people's yard. Wow. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, update as the Trump administration continues rolling back one portion of the Green New Deal after another. The emission standards on cars, emission standards on trucks, electric vehicle mandates. In this case, the administration is set to remove all climate rules for power plants, as the Environmental Protection Agency proposes that power plants should not be regulated because they do not contribute significantly to dangerous air pollution. The rule released Wednesday, the EPA proposes to repeal all greenhouse gas emission standards for fossil-fired power plants, and a finding that greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuel-fired power plants do not contribute significantly to dangerous air pollution. Administrator Lee Zeldin this past day issued a written statement criticizing the previous administration for imposing regulations on existing coal and new gas plants to lower their carbon emissions and the release of toxic metals. According to many, the primary purpose of the Biden-Harris administration regulations was to destroy industries that did not align with their narrow-minded climate change zealotry. Now, together, these rules have been criticized as being designed to regulate coal, oil, and gas literally out of existence. Now, the General Counsel of the Environmental Defense Fund hit out at Zeldin, as well as the EPA and the overall administration, which she said is recklessly disregarding their responsibility under our nation's clean air laws to protect the people from mercury, arsenic, climate pollution, industrial smokestacks. A couple minutes before news break here, so let's get a couple more items in, and one of which would be FEMA. Hurricane season is officially underway. We've been hearing quite a bit about FEMA in the news as of late. Another one of the top, I believe one of the communications individuals actually resigned this past day. Meanwhile, earlier this week, President Trump said he's planning to ultimately, start phasing out FEMA at the end of this hurricane season. States will be receiving less federal aid to respond to natural disasters. He said he planned to distribute disaster relief funds directly from the president's office. We're going in a much differently here, he said. He was questioned about when he planned to eliminate FEMA and what his message was to governors regarding states having to bear more disaster relief costs. Now, he did say, we're going to give out less money. Yeah, we're going to give it out directly. It'll be from the president's office. We'll have somebody here, could be Homeland Security, in an apparent reference to his plans to wind down the agency overall. He said, I'd say after hurricane season, we'll start phasing it out. So that hurricane season underway runs till the end of November. Yeah, those comments among the most direct to date, indicating his intention to significantly downsize, if not outright eliminate FEMA. FEMA has an annual budget of about $30 billion and employed more than 20,000 people, including reservists, prior to some of the layoffs that occurred earlier this week. It is 844-844-3388. All right, we'll get a news break in here and back with more of your calls. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Harvey Weinstein is being found guilty on some counts in his sex crimes retrial.
The former Hollywood producer was found guilty of engaging in a criminal sex act with one woman while being acquitted on another count involving a different woman. A verdict was not reached on whether Weinstein raped a third woman. The judge ordered the jury to continue to deliberate that charge when they reconvened for a sixth day of deliberations. Jonathan O'Halloran, New York.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s decision to remove all current members of the CDC Vaccine Advisory Committee is raising concerns among public health experts.
Dr. Ashish Jha, Dean of Brown University School of Public Health, says there could be serious consequences if the new appointees don't support vaccines.
This committee stops recommending vaccines. Insurance won't cover it anymore. People will not get it. It will have a real impact on people's access to vaccines.
I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Back at it here as we round in third, headed toward home. What do we got? Let me get back to, there's Knucklebuster. Welcome back, Knucklebuster.
Oh, thanks for taking me back, Mr. Steve Summers. Do me a favor and look up the oath to join the military while I'm running my head for a minute.
The oath of joining the military?
Right.
Okay.
It's just about a 2 or 3 minute read. It's not that bad.
Okay.
I want to give a simplified, thank you, sir. I want to give a simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron Grump, especially all them Marines out in California and anybody that's said prayers for my family. I really appreciate it, sir. Y'all buy some Cabell products, some Hot Shot Secret products, some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products there. And call Steve at 844-844-3388 there. Steve, I want to know, and you can look this up later on too, which senator or representative is responsible for giving them people funding out there in California there? That's another question I had.
Yeah, those.
You find my oath?
Those are the the NGOs, they call them, the non-governmental organizations. And I think a lot of that came from, that was under like the USAID that Trump's been kind of dismantling, the U.S. aid programs, if I understand correctly.
Well, that's good. I'd like to see it gone completely then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you read my oath off to me? I swore myself to this oath back in 1975.
Okay. In my case, it would be I, Stephen B. Summers, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice, so help me God.
You're now official Marine, then, Steve.
Yeah, right.
Welcome to the Brotherhood. Hey, let me tell you, the Marine Corps is the president's own. He doesn't need Congress's approval to ship us anywhere. We can go. Now, the rest of them, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and Coast Guard, they have to have congressional authority to send them off into action there. But the Marine Corps has always been the president's own, and that started way back in 1775 there under George Washington there. So, well, that just proved it right there that, they're foreign enemies. They're not. Are not foreign enemies, they're domestic enemies. They're not a terrorist. They're just plain old enemies.
Mm-hmm.
And we got a right to lock them up there. So, if they start shooting lead bullets instead of rubber bullets, and I saw that news reporter get shot in the back of the leg by one of them rubber bullets.
Yeah.
That girl jumped and screamed her butt off, man. I've never been hit by one. I've been hit by a real bullet, but them real brothers don't feel no good either. So, well, I want to say this one, and this is the last thing I'm going to say today, Steve. Saw this TikTok video. Guy was talking about his uncle. He said his uncle was kind of a rude, socially unacceptable guy. That his uncle said when he partied one time, he said, "Man, that's going to itch when it dries."
Oh boy! All right, that'll work.
He said he didn't know, but he told his uncle, said, "I don't think you partied, dude. You sound like you pooped your bitch."
Yep. Who was it that said? I think there's a movie. Somebody said never trust a fart. It's just that's true. Okay. Well, how did we get on that? Fart jokes. Eskimo Mom, would you like to follow that up?
No, but Knuckle Buster, a lot of thoughts and prayers are with you right now on what you're going through, but what I want to talk about is that was it Scrapyard talking about the pit bulls attacking that one girl?
Yes.
Having that many dogs in one location, that should have been a red flag to the authorities. For either pit with being mostly pits or pit mixes, for dog fighting, or for a breeding operation. And we have a huge problem across this country of we have people that just they think two dogs look really, really cute, and they want puppies out of them, so they breed them, and next thing you know, they have 7 puppies, and they only want 1. The other 6 they end up in the dog pound, or end up going into places that they don't need to be.
Yeah.
And all the animal rescues across this country are loaded to bear and then some. A lot of them are begging, "Hey, help us out, please. Donate dog food. Donate this, donate that." And what we need to do is we need to tell people, "Hey, you want cute little puppies? Contact an animal rescue. Specifically for breeds, and see if they got a puppy or a young dog that could use a home, and Scrapyard. And as for the pits, I'm a little biased because I have a lab pit mix that was rescued from that I got from the Humane Society in my home county, and she is a lovely dog. She's a sweetheart. And I keep her on a short chain sometimes because I know that pit side I never want to come out. I never want her. I would never want to come out in her.
Right.
But as for the fences, if your dog's getting loose, you better start working on trying to trying to find those holes and fix those holes. And because I've got a little runner right now with my Chihuahua mix, and I'm fixing his little butt up. But you got with dogs, you got to be on your toes with them, because if you're a pet parent, because they're lovely, they're great, but when they get out of hand, that's when bad things happen.
All right, Eskimo Mom, good to hear from you. Thank you for checking in. Safe travels and. Yeah, let me see here. Hey, wait a minute. Yesterday was Mike. Good morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, we had a 4 o'clock start time this morning, so we just got loaded up and getting going there. Anyways there, so best to Knuckle Buster in Tennessee there, so still always praying for them. And but I do have your fart answer, Your Honor. I heard Knuckle Buster, and then I heard you say you thought it was something from a movie or something, and it was not from a movie. And I forget which president Al Roker went to visit, but Al Roker was with one of our fearless leaders.
Yeah.
And it might have been Obama, and he thought he had to squeeze off a little gas relief.
Yeah.
And it was a little more than gas relief that he let off.
Oops.
And he did that in the White House.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Yeah, so he told the story. He said, never trust a fart. But yeah, he thought he was just going to squeeze one out there just a little bit and have a little relief. And he got more relief than he expected when he did
Oops.
it. Kind of like a Jerry Nadler moment.
Exactly. The penguin waddling off stage sideways.
Exactly. Anyways, but hey, for anybody that's, Becky's right there about trying to get a pup if you get a chance. If you don't find one at the animal shelter there, Humane Society or whatever. There's a lot of rescues out there, breed specific, that have a lot of them. And if for some reason that you get one that you just can't get a handle on, and you're trying to figure out what to do, I'm pretty sure that this organization is nationwide, but they are called Sit Means Sit. And they do training, and when they get done, it's about like going to military boot camp. They pretty much take the dog away from you, and it goes and it hangs out with them for probably anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks. And when you get the dog back, it's trained to do pretty much exactly what you tell it to, when you tell it to, and you ask it to sit, it sits. You ask it to jump, it jumps, and it don't. When you ask it to jump, it don't ask where. It asks how high. So,
right.
Yep. So anyways, it's a really pretty decent organization. You talk about different types of training in that. And, some people use a stronger collar, and, some of them use a stronger metal collar, and they actually use the electric collars. And I know we all, sometimes think that's a little inhumane getting a shock, but sometimes a shock is better to save your life or save somebody else's life, or save the dog from getting in trouble than to have it go off and not be in control. And whether it's a shock collar on the dog, or whether you put an electric fence up for the horse and the dog goes and finds the electric fence for the horse with his nose or his tail, they learn about it about one time, and then they learn. But the collars, those collars, they have, 2 different types of warning. They have they have 3. They have a sound warning, they have a vibration warning, and then they have the electric shock. So you can, use what's necessary, and if one doesn't work, then you step up to the next higher level until the dog gets his attention and does what he's supposed to. But one of our Danes came with that, and he actually was the owners that had him, that had that training done, actually prepaid for him to have lifetime go backs and kind of brush up type thing, I don't know, what do you call it there?
Refresher.
A little bit of retraining.
Refresher course.
Yeah, refresher course. Yep. So anyways, but as I say, the only reason I can even, suggest that one company is because, the one dog we had came with it. We went and did some classes with it, and actually they trained us to be better handlers of him, because once we knew his way, he was a totally different dog. So anyways. But so that's what we got for that. Other than that, the moon came up earlier there last night. I saw it there, and no clouds in the sky, and seeing the moon kind of going down right now. So I guess we got a good day today. Are we supposed to have a good day tomorrow? Because you know what we're doing tomorrow afternoon, right?
We're keeping our fingers crossed. Things are supposed to gradually begin to change. Well, let's just hope it's maybe till late Friday night or maybe Saturday.
That would be a good thing. So, but yeah, the polo field should be in good shape with 2 days of drying. So we're hoping it stays this way through tomorrow afternoon. So up to through tomorrow evening. So, anyways, with that, Your Honor, you have a good Friday Eve, and we'll get ready for Casual Friday. Casual. You know what?
Tomorrow, Casual Friday. It's almost upon us. You are correct.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, good morning to the blind man.
Good morning, Steve. I want to talk about China. I don't think we're tough enough with them. Are they going to be allowed to keep all the land they got around our bases? I would take it away from them if I had my way.
Mm-hmm.
And what about them paying us for causing the COVID virus, which happened in their labs? You can tell I'm not in a good mood with it when it comes to China. I think they're being let off way, way too easy, and I like to get tougher with them. I know Trump said he was going to make them pay for causing the COVID virus. I haven't heard anything yet about that, but I really want tougher action against China.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're getting away with too much, and as I said before, why are they allowed to keep all the land they bought around our bases? The first thing I would have done if I had my way was to take that away from them and restore it to the original owners.
I know there's a lot of concern, and I mean, national security concerns of having their people right there so close where they could do surveillance and things of that nature near our military bases. You are correct.
Take, for example, what happened, I heard this, I guess it was yesterday or the day before, where 2 people were caught and they had some kind of fungus on them that would cause havoc with the farms if it ever got out. I mean, we're not going to catch everybody with that kind of stuff, so we got to be on high alert, really.
That's what was considered agri-terror, a fungus that would have wreaked. What was it? The wheat, the barley, rice, something else. I can't. Could have. Lucky we caught that group. Hey, not a whole lot of time left, but hey, Vic, what's going on this morning?
Well, real quick, you were talking about those dogs. There's been something going on with the dogs. All animals for the last 2 or 3 years. They haven't really been acting right. Even the dog that bit me, my grandson's dog he really wasn't acting right that day, and he was kind of in an aggressive mood. He growling at a lot of different things. I guess I just didn't pick up on it. I don't know what I did, but anyway, it triggered him. But he had bitten some other people before, and he really should have been put down before then. But I was one of the reasons. It's like, hey, I think I can bring him out of that. So, so there's just a lot of things goes into that. But Eskimo Mom, she's right. You're limited to the number of animals that you can keep, and them saying they couldn't do anything there in Arkansas. I think it was a fact, for whatever reason, they didn't really want to do it or pursue it or anything of that nature. But no, there's a limit to the number of animals you can have on private property. But real quick, you're talking about all this different authority and everything. I was never a fan of the Patriot Act, but under the Patriot Act, the president has greatly expanded powers if he thinks anything is due to terrorism. And that blind man we just mentioned in China, China runs the Long Beach, California port out there. And then down there in Florida, I don't know if they ever took that away from the Arabs there, the Pelican Project. They run a lot of the ports down there in Florida that's close to a lot of critical bases. So this whole deal with all this confusion that's going on right now out there in L.A. and all this other stuff, and politicians run around saying, yeah, president can't do this and can't do that. The president, they are the top dog, and they established federal supremacy a long time ago. So the president can pretty much do whatever he feels necessary to protect the country. And when you have people out there breaking up concrete blocks and throwing things at the at the police, and one of the reasons, I don't know if you've heard this or not, but the Marine contingency that's out there, that's what they do, is they protect federal facilities. Well, one of the federal facilities that they're protecting out there is a VA hospital. So you can just kind of throw that in there too. And I'm trying to think what that whole thing out there in LA. Oh, it was about getting the illegals, the ICE arresting people. So if they're interfering with a federal law enforcement officer, and it's a organized movement. I don't know why Trump's even hesitating. He should just put it down. You will be convicted as an insurrectionist, and I will use the Insurrection Act against you. And I imagine you'll see a lot of politicians deciding maybe we shouldn't go there. So, but that was the main thing. The other thing too, you did see they caught the Devil of the Ozarks here a few days ago.
Yeah, that was somewhat over the weekend, I think it was. Yes, and he was what? Yeah. Only like a half mile away from the prison or something. He was really close.
Right. Yeah. But I just seen that, and then the guy down, the little guy down there in Louisiana that got on and put a video on asking Trump for help because he said he was forced into escaping from jail, which I don't know, he might have, I don't know. But I don't know if you've seen that. He had all kinds of tattoos. And it's a rather interesting video. So I don't know how that all came out, if ever gave himself up or anybody ever caught him. But really, that was all I had, because that after Hank, that was the dog's name, after he kind of attacked me and stuff there, and I went to the therapy, they were mentioning how that there were several animal bite situations that had occurred, and they were, from fairly docile breeds. All of a sudden, nobody could really figure out, what was going on. And,
well, maybe it's, like I don't know, maybe it's the 5G network, right? There's could be anything. But hey, Vic, thank you for checking in. All right, we'll close it out there here on a Thursday morning. When we come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, we'll be rolling into a Friday, a.k.a. Casual Friday. Getting ready for the weekend. Hope you'll join us.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything